Just waiting to see if anyone shows up. I doubt it, but I keep trying. I keep trying. I'm going to keep trying until I figure it out, right? That's all I can do. Sorry about extending it 15 minutes. My boyfriend is not from America. He's from an island in the South Pacific. And his cousin needed some help translating with Department of Human Services. And I was helping her real quick, and I was like, oh, let me just extend it till 12 o'clock in hopes that y'all be done. We'll be done. Well, today is Friday, October 10th, 2025. We are on day 3. Oops, my bad. We are on day 3 of the Daisylink trial. I find it interesting. Is it day 3? I guess maybe I didn't put it on my thing. Well, or is it day 4? Let's see if there's a day 4. The therapy that I'm doing is really intense, and it's not supposed to be, but it's like messing with my brain and COVID too. So we have day 2. Day 3. Day 3 is live, so it is day 3. She is the one that unalived her husband by abbing him in the leg. I think she hit an artery from what the lady was saying yesterday. There was a lot of red stuff that was coming out, so I think he bled to death. And then what really fascinated me about the story was her and this other guy. The jail, I guess the men are on top and the women are on bottom, and he was sending his through the air conditioner vent, and she was inserting it into herself, and she got pregnant in jail. So I do know that her family is caring for that baby, which is a beautiful baby. Caring for that baby and caring for, I think, her other children, or unless the dad has it. I didn't get where her other children were. All right. So should we get on our way with this one for day 3? I'll have to put day 3. I don't know why I thought I did. Well, we're on someday. Okay, we gotta bring that down. And we gotta go back into StreamYard. We gotta exit out of this. We gotta go into StreamYard. I'm getting better at this, guys. I'm really proud of myself. My dog, she thinks she has to be in my lap at all given hours of the day. She sleeps with me. She has to be in my lap. All right, when I get back to StreamYard, I will fast forward. I will fast forward. I thought it could be extended more. I guess not. Wait. Okay, here we go. All right, let's get this day started. How about it, huh? All right.
Retreat is where I first noticed the set of one of the residents in front of, to explain.
All right. What confused me was
Okay, detectives about that. So the
She already
suspect blood
testified.
trail. After you reviewed the report, where did the suspect blood trail first start?
The blood trail appeared to have first started in front of the residence, in front of, to explain, in front of the residence, there's another set of duplex. In front of that duplex and on a concrete walk path near a tree is where I first noticed the set of apparent blood.
And I'm now publishing what's been admitted to evidence as stage 18. Now, detective, when you say the front of the house, so is this the house, the defendant victim's house?
Yes,
And when you say the front of the house, are you indicating somewhere in this area where this silver car is behind the street?
yes,
So based on your report, was there a blood trail, suspect blood trail, right in front of the doorsteps of the victim and defendant's house?
no.
Moment to confer, Judge.
What's those crazy faces for?
Detective Zapata, was mail also found in the car when it was impounded?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was mail, a piece of mail, also found in the car when it was impounded?
Yes, that's correct.
If I were to show you that, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Judge, I now move into evidence based on stipulation by the parties what's been previously marked as states 1V.
State Exhibit 1V, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 19.
Permission to publish, Judge. Now, detective, is this a piece of mail you saw?
Yes.
Whose names are on the piece of mail? Permission to approach the witness, Judge.
The names are Pedro Jimenez and Daisylink.
And what address is there?
The address is 956 Northwest 4th Terrace.
No further questions, Judge. Any cross-examination for officers about that?
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment. Judge, before I start with her, by way of stipulation, I would ask that what's marked as Defense Exhibit A1 be admitted into evidence.
Defense Exhibit A1, marked for identification, now becomes Defense Exhibit A.
So, ma'am, we spoke yesterday. I'm going to show you this again. I'm showing you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 6. this is the home in question, correct?
Yes,
And you are the person who drew this red line yesterday, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you go back to the first question?
To the first question?
Yes, your first statement about the residents?
The home where Daisylink lived.
Yes.
Is this the home?
Sorry.
Would it be?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. 1 minute.
Yes.
This is DaisyLink's home, right? What I'm pointing to right here.
I'm not mistaken, this is the.
Oh, this one. Okay. So I'm gonna show this to you real quick. But, you see the line that you are the person who drew this red line, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it's a little hard to see because it's red, but right here, you drew a line that came all the way here, right to this area, which is where the front door of the residence is. Is that correct?
Sorry. Yes, here.
Yeah, and you can see a little line going here, right?
Yes, there's a line there.
Yes. And, okay, I think that should be the line. So as we spoke yesterday, by way of reminder, there was you also drew a line over here, this area here, this area over here, but there was no blood in this specific area right here. Is that
Correct, that line was to show the alleyway.
Okay. The blood was on the other side, which is over here where all this is, right?
Yes, there was blood leading up to where the victim was found collapsed.
And as far as your investigation goes and what you were able to determine, the blood trail began in this area here, in this general area here where this line starts. Is that correct?
Further, I don't recall the direction, but further, because of the trees, you can't really see the concrete walk path, but it's more so towards the front where there's a tree. You can't really see it in the picture. So it's in front of the residence, not so in front, but in front of the residence and in front of the duplex, where you see the bushes of trees, that's where the blood appeared to have started.
So just to be clear, the blood trail appears to start near the front door of that residence.
No,
Okay, how far away from the front door of the residence is it?
I would say if I'm standing
From me to you?
If I'm standing in front of the residence, approximately maybe 15 steps, maybe approximately.
Okay, so maybe a little bit less the distance between me and you right now?
I would say a little bit more, maybe.
15 steps is further away than I am from you?
I don't know, I'm giving you an approximate. I can stand up and walk toward and count.
Well, 15 steps, right?
Approximately, could be more.
Could be more, could be less too, right? You're not certain.
Correct.
So other than the items that you discussed a few minutes ago, Mr. Jimenez's license and some other cards and wallet were found also, is that correct?
I would have to take a look at the photos.
Sure. Judge, if I may approach, I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1. Does that appear to you to be the license of, or actually 2 licenses of Mr. Jimenez? There's 3 pages there if you want to take a look.
Yes, it says his name on them.
And there's 2 of them, right?
Yes,
Do both those licenses have the same address?
yes.
And what address is that?
956 Northwest Fort Terrace.
That's not the address where Daisy Link lived on the day in question, correct?
It is not the same address.
No further questions?
Yes, please.
Judge, permission to approach? Ms. Sabata, is the address that was listed on Mr. Jimenez's license to your left the same address that was listed on the mail that was found in the rental car to your right?
Yes, it is.
And does that mail also have Daisy Link's name on it?
Yes, it does.
And was this mail found in the car that Ms. Link was driving the night the victim was shot?
That's correct.
Motion calls for speculation as to Ms. Link is driving the car.
Same. Already asked, Judge. Is that the same car that was found on the scene next to the victim's body in the alleyway the night he was shot?
That is.
No further questions, Judge.
Wow, she don't sound happy today.
This will be, the next witness will be.
Dr.
Dr. Mathis.
I wonder what's happening now. I wonder if the defense is gonna call Daisy.
You find to our friend that's testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Morning.
Sorry, just 5 seconds with your.
Your Honor is prepared.
Judge List.
This trial is wild.
You can start questioning Dr. Mathis.
Yes, Judge. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Benjamin Mathis.
Mr. Mathis, what do you do for a living?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner Department.
And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
10 days. Last week, they promoted me to Chief Medical Examiner. I've been Deputy Chief for the prior 3 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you mentioned you've been Deputy Chief for 13 years.
I've been at the Medical Examiner Department for 13 years. The last 3 were Deputy Chiefs.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training in forensic pathology?
Sure, I went to Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island for my undergraduate degree in classics Latin. And then I stayed at Brown for medical school where I graduated with a Doctor of Medicine degree. Then I went to the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia for my residency in pathology, anatomic pathology, and clinical pathology. After completing the residency, I came to Miami for a fellowship to subspecialize in the subspecialty of forensic pathology.
And are you board certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
About how many autopsies, Dr. Mathis, have you performed over your career?
Around 2,000.
And have you previously come to court to testify as to the cause of death of an individual?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
Several dozen times. I usually come about 10 times a year, 10 times a year times 12 years, 13 years I've been here.
And were you qualified as an expert on each of those occasions that you came to testify?
I have.
In what field were you qualified as an expert?
Forensic pathology.
Now, Dr. Mathis, can you tell the jury what exactly a medical examiner does?
Sure. A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who works for the government generally. And we're charged with investigating deaths of individuals who die either under circumstances or because of who they are that the state has an interest in. So all non-natural deaths will go to a medical examiner, accidents, suicides, potential homicides, drug overdoses, inmates from the prison, those who die in police custody. And then when we investigate their deaths, we need to determine the cause of death, what caused them to die, and the manner of death, which is how we classify their death. We'll perform whatever investigations or studies we need to do, whether it's a record review, looking at their medical records, to performing a full autopsy, performing special dissections, having special tests run, studies done, also that we can determine what the cause and manner of death is.
And were you working as a medical examiner for Miami-Dade County on June 25th, 2022?
I was.
Are you the original medical examiner who did the actual autopsy on the victim, Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
So I want to talk about your involvement in this case, Dr. Mathis. When did you perform that autopsy?
June 26, 2022.
Where did you perform it?
Our office, it's a medical examiner department. It's right across the street from Ryder Trauma at Jackson Medical Center next to Miami-Dade College Health Campus.
And when the body arrived for autopsy, what was its general condition?
He was in a fresh state. He had soiling from blood staining on his legs.
And did you observe any signs of medical intervention, such as bandages, anything like that on the body?
Yes, he had a tourniquet on his right thigh.
Now, can you walk us through the steps you take when performing an autopsy, Dr. Mathis?
Sure. So first, we capture the height and weight. We'll take a receiving photo of the individual. Then if it's a suspected homicide, we'll get pictures of the hands. Then we'll collect fingernail clippings as evidence. The body will then be washed. We'll take photographs, overall photographs of the individual. And then if there are any tattoos or injuries, we'll take photographs of those. Once the photographs have been taken, then the doctor will take any written notes about the external appearances of the body, of the tattoos, of the injuries. And then at that point, an internal examination, or what people colloquially will call the autopsy, will begin to be performed.
So you mentioned a lot of steps there.
Yes.
So I want to break that down. Can you explain to the members of the jury what an external exam is?
Sure. So external exam sounds just like that. We're taking note of the external features of the body. First is the routine, their body size, their body habitus, their height, their weight, their eye color, their hair color. And then we will, after all the regular stuff has been documented, then we'll turn to our tattoos and scars. And then then we'll move into injuries. If there are any external evidence of injuries, then we'll document those down as well.
So you mentioned that you document tattoos. Did the victim in this case have a lot of tattoos?
He did.
And was one of those tattoos the name Daisy?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned you start with external injuries, so I want to talk about those. What external injuries did you observe on the victim's body in this case?
Yes, so he had a through and through gunshot wound on his right thigh and a through and through gunshot wound on his left foot.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you mentioned a through and through gunshot wound through the right thigh and left foot.
Yes.
So I want to break that down. I want to start with the left foot. Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1W by stipulation of the parties.
State Exhibit 1W marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 1.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the victim's left foot?
It is.
Now, you mentioned that he had a through and through gunshot.
Yes. Can I come down? I don't have my glasses.
Can you show to the members of the jury where the entrance wound is on this foot?
Maybe hard for you to see as well, but the entrance wound is on the bottom of the left heel.
And how do you know it's the entrance wound?
So, in general, entrance wounds are round, they can have a rim of abrasion. In this case, though, his skin is different than the rest of the skin on the body. Regular skin, a lot of it has hair. Foot skin, the plantar skin, the skin on the bottom of the foot, it's thicker, it's more elastic than the rest of the body. Anybody who's done a foot rub can attest to it or had to remove a splinter. So when a bullet goes through the skin of the sole of the foot, the plantar skin, the tissue is very elastic, so it will retract, allow the bullet to come in. So when you have an entrance wound on a foot, you're going to see more of a slit-like appearance. In this case, you can even see the halo where the bullet tunneled in, but the skin retracts after, and it's just the nature of the skin on the bottom.
And in this picture, where is the exit wound?
The exit wound is on the Achilles tendon region on the back of the heel.
How do you know that's the exit wound?
Exit wounds are irregular. Oftentimes you can take them and push them together, the edges together. You can see that this has that kind of split-like irregularity to it, and that the pieces fit together like a puzzle.
And now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the entrance and exit wound, can you determine the path the bullet took when it entered the foot?
Yeah, so this is the entrance wound, that's where it's entered. This is what we call perforating wound. So it's entering through the sole of the foot, the left heel, and it is going through the soft tissue and coming out the back of the heel region by the artery region.
Now, Dr. Mathis, you also mentioned that the foot is flat and it has tougher skin, is that right?
The sole of the foot, yes.
Would a person wearing a shoe, would that move the path of the bullet when it enters the person's foot?
Move the path of the bullet. So sometimes when you're wearing clothing or shoes, it can change the appearance of the entrance wound. It can add irregularity to it. It can also help us to confirm what we're seeing. So if you're looking at this or you're less experienced and you don't have a lot of experience looking at plantar wounds on the bottom of the foot, you can look at the clothing and you can, or the shoe, and you can interpret the directionality from the shoe or the clothing itself.
And what is this photo here?
That's a close-up of the exit wound on the back of the heel on the Achilles tendon region.
I'm sorry, it's an Achilles.
Achilles tendon region, the back of the heel.
And how do we know that's the exit wound?
It has all the features of an exit wound. So you can see the skin kind of fits back together with a puzzle piece. Kind of push the edges together. It has an irregular linear, it's kind of linear, but it's irregular. That makes the photo features of an exit wound.
And what about this photo?
That is a close-up of the entrance wound on the bottom of the foot.
And how do we know that?
Because of the way it looks. So, like I said, normally an entrance wound is going to be round, but because of the where the location is on the sole of the foot and the nature of the skin down there, entrance wounds on plantar surface are kind of look linear. The bullet just kind of separates the tissue, comes in, and the tissue collapses behind it.
Now I want to go back to, you mentioned shoes, and that can change the shape or irregularity of a wound. Was the victim in this case wearing shoes, do you know?
Yes,
Did you receive those shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoes were they?
They're like a boot, casual boot.
Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as states 1X. By stipulation of the parties, Judge.
State exhibit 1X marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 21.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Dr. Mathis, are these the shoes that you received from the victim, that were recovered from the victim's body?
Yes. They came with them.
And what are we looking at here with the white, where the white stick is pointing?
So there is a hole next to the white stick. This is the outer edge of the left heel region of the shoe. And then below it, we have red discoloration, which looks like blood. This is just a further out photograph, so you can see the entire shoe.
What's interesting about this picture, Dr. Mathis?
So this is the back of the shoe, and if you recall the wound I kept referring to as on the Achilles tendon on the back of the foot, this is correlates with it. This is where it came out from. So it came out of the skin, and then it came out of the shoe, creating this irregular defect.
So that's where the exit wound came out of.
Yes.
And where was this, what part, is this the entrance or exit wound entry?
This is the entrance wound. You can see the fibers of the fabric or leather are pointing inward, and it's creating a defect. So that's consistent with entrance wound from clothing.
Now, you also mentioned that in this case, the victim had a wound to the left foot and a wound to the right thigh.
That's right.
I want to talk about the wound to the right thigh. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1Y by stipulation of the parties.
State exhibit 1Y marked for identification now becomes state exhibit 22, Judge.
Now, Dr. Mathis, is this the wound on the right thigh?
Yes, so what you're looking at here is the victim lying on his belly on our autopsy table. So you're looking at the back of his lower extremities, the back of his leg. His buttock would be here, right above where the picture cuts off.
And is the wound to the right thigh, did it have both an entrance and exit wound?
It has both an entrance and an exit.
And this wound is the entrance?
Is the entrance.
How do we know that for the right thigh?
Because of the way it looks. Sorry. Because of the way it looks. We interpret gunshot wounds, entrance, exit based on their morphology, the way they look. And this one, you can even see from this view, better closer up, but you can see from this view, it's nice and it has a round that's punched out appearance to it.
Now, what are we looking at now?
Now, this you're looking, he's lying on his back now. And up here above, that would be the groin region and above, and you're looking at from the top of the thighs down. And within the tattoo, there is a gunshot wound there.
Is this a better view of the front of the victim's thigh?
Yes.
And what exit wound is that?
That is the exit one, that's on the front of the sign, that's the exit one. Same thing, just a different orientation.
What about this picture?
So now we're back on the back of the sign. This is an entrance one. You can see it has a punched out appearance. You can see the yellow in the middle, that's the fat, the soft tissue underneath the skin. So that's missing, that's the Joe Rancho. You can see it's got like this oval, maybe round, it can be oval, it can be elliptical, depending on the angle that they go in. Going around the boom. And then you see that there is what we call abrasion, some scraping of the tissue around the edge of the boom. These are all features of an entrance.
Now, Dr. Mathis, for his right side, were you able to determine the path the bullet was taking?
Yes, so this is the entrance wound, it's on the back of the thigh, so it's going from the back to front.
Is the way that the bullet entered through the back of his right thigh consistent with the victim facing his back to the person who shot him?
The back of the victim needs to be facing the barrel of the gun.
So yes,
Yes.
would it be consistent if you were facing the person who shot him?
No, because the barrel of the gun has to be pointing toward the back of the thigh.
Now, Judge, I now move to evidence what has been previously marked as stage 1Z by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1Z, marked identification, now becomes stay exhibit 23, Judge.
Judge, permission to publish?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Mathis, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the exhibit line plotting this back on the autopsy table, and I took hospice pros and ran them through, placed them through the pathways of the two gunshots.
So this is the wound to the foot.
Correct. And now it kind of makes more sense when we saw the shoe and how it looked on him. Harder to appreciate when adjusting the whole stuff with the probe, it makes it easier to visualize.
Now, Dr. Mathis, I want to take everything together, what you said. We spoke about the left foot, the path of the bullet. We spoke about the right thigh and the path of that. Judge, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1K by stipulation of the parties.
Stay exhibit 1K, marked identification, now becomes stay exhibit 24, Judge.
Judge, permission for
Yes.
the witness and myself to stand over here? Now, Dr. Mathis, can you explain to the jury what this diagram is indicating?
Sure, so this diagram here in the middle is the notes I take during the autopsy. We call it a body diagram sheet, and that's where I'm marking down his hair color, our tattoos, and then I noted where the wounds were, what their size is.
And how did the bullet first enter the body?
How did the bullet first enter the body? So he has an entrance wound on the left foot. That's coming out the back of the left heel region, and he has an entrance wound on the right thigh in the back that's coming out the front of the right thigh.
How is it possible that the way the bullet entered, how is it possible with that angle? How would the victim have had to have been standing for the bullet to enter the way it did?
From the bottom of the foot?
Yes.
So that's bottom of the foot. So to get an entrance wound on the bottom of the foot, the gun has to be under the foot. So if the foot is on the ground, it has to be, I guess, on the upper floor and coming through the ceiling, or the foot has to be in the air in order for it to get go in. So since that scenario doesn't really make sense, the left foot needs to be up in the air in order for it to be facing the barrel of the gun.
could that be consistent with if the victim was going to try to run, that his foot was up? Would that be consistent?
Yes.
Now, once the bullet enters the left foot and exit, where does it go?
So then it comes out the back of the left foot.
And then where does it go?
Then it's gonna continue in the same trajectory along a straight line until it hits something else,
And then can you just,
or just drops around.
and then for the thigh, can you talk about how when it left the foot and it enters the thigh, how that's possible?
So, yes, so the same bullet can cause both wounds. It can go from the outer edge of the left foot, the left heel, to the back of the left heel region. And then the foot's up in the air, it can go into the back of the right thigh and out the front. So it goes through the foot and then through the back of the thigh and out the front.
And you're indicating that the record reflects that the witness had his left foot up and his front was facing the judge.
Right, so your right leg has to be forward, your left foot is up, and you could create that pathway.
And your back has to be facing the person who's shooting.
Yes, the back of the foot, yes, but that's where it has to come inside.
Now, Dr. Mathis, looking at the wound tracks, is it possible that a single projectile did this?
Yes, in the way that I just described.
And okay, we're good. Now I want to talk about the internal examination. Did you perform an internal examination?
I did.
Okay. And what internal damage did you observe as a result of the
He's
gunshot wounds?
really
So
loud.
inside the body, his organs, those were all good. I had to do a special dissection on his right thigh to document the injuries going on within the soft tissue. And he had a lot of blood and bleeding in the muscles of his right thigh, in the region of that gunshot wound. And he had holes in his femoral artery and femoral vein.
You mentioned he had holes in his femoral artery and vein. Did the bullet strike or sever those major arteries?
Yes, the bullet struck those arteries.
And now, Dr. Mathis, based on your expertise and experience, would an injury to the femoral artery, such as a gunshot wound, cause rapid or severe blood loss to someone?
It will cause severe blood loss. The blood comes from the heart, is pumping. The femoral artery comes off after the aorta branches into the iliac. The femoral artery is one of the branches that comes off the iliac artery. And it supplies blood flow to the rest of the leg. So it's a very important blood vessel, and it will bleed, and you will lose a lot of blood from it.
And are you able to estimate about how quickly a person can lose consciousness or die from such bleeding?
So when we're talking about a femoral artery, it will take longer than, say, if you have a hole in your aorta or a hole in your lung or a hole in your heart. It's a bit downstream. So it can take several minutes, and then there are things that can mitigate it. If you're applying pressure, or if for some reason the muscle tissue is compressed around the wound, anything that's going to apply pressure to that area can slow down the bleeding.
Now, you also mentioned that several things can mitigate that. Let's say, Dr. Mathis, that there was no mitigation. There was no covering or trying to prevent the blood loss. If pressure is not being applied correctly, how fast would the victim take to die from this type of wound?
It can still take several minutes.
And is, based on your knowledge, was that consistent with what happened to the victim in this case?
I don't think there was a long survivability period, but I wasn't aware of that at the time of the autopsy. For us, it didn't matter, but it will take. It's not going to be that you're shot and you suddenly collapse. There is a time period where it will take for the blood to come out of the body, reduce the blood volume so that the heart no longer has enough blood to pump up to the brain to give it the oxygen it needs.
And how is it that the blood is going to come out the body? Is it going to come out rapidly? Is it going to splatter a lot?
Yes, so you have both an arterial bleed and a venous bleed. So the vein is returning blood from the bottom of the foot. That's a low pressure system. It will ooze or it'll accumulate in the muscular tissue. The artery, on the other hand, each time the heart pumps, blood is going to be spurting out of that artery. If that artery has a clear path out the hole, the exit hole, then you will get blood coming out of that hole, and that's where you see, like in the movies, the arterial spread. If there's not a clear pathway from the hole in the artery because it's blocked by muscle or tissue, then it'll continue to spurt, but it'll come out, it may not come out as a spurt out of the hole when it leaks. It may accumulate in the tissues and then dribble out.
I want to talk about toxicology. Was a toxicology test performed on the victim?
Yes.
And what were the results of that test, Dr. Mathis?
Okay, I'm just referencing the toxicology report. So in him was detected ethanol, which is beverage alcohol like you'd find in vodka or tequila. He had cocaine. He had metabolites of cocaine, the breakdown products, and he had THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana.
And how much cocaine was detected in his blood?
He had, according to the report, 0.274 milligrams per liter.
Would you say that's a lot of cocaine, Dr. Mathis? A little bit of cocaine?
It's a healthy amount of cocaine.
And now, based on your experience, Dr. Mathis, what is it that cocaine does to the body or blood?
So cocaine is a stimulant. So it causes your heart to increase. It will increase your blood pressure. It narrows the blood vessels. That's how it increases the blood pressure. And like I said, it makes your heart race. It keeps you, it's an upper.
Based on your exam, Dr. Mathis, did the cocaine contribute to the victim's death?
No,
Why do you say that?
because he's got a gunshot wound that went through his femoral artery and he's bleeding out, dying from hemorrhagic shock.
Did any of the substances that he had in his blood system contribute to
But
his
you're
death?
saying
No.
that his
So I wanna
heart
talk
rate
about
would
the
go
cause and
up.
manner of
That
death.
means the blood
Based on
wouldn't
your
be passing
examination, were
through
you
his
able to
body
determine the
for
cause of death?
cocaine use.
Yes,
What was it?
that was the gunshot wound of the right thigh.
So how long would it have been, Dr. Mathis, based on your training and experience, it would take someone to bleed out or die from that injury?
Like I said, it can take several minutes.
Were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes,
What was the manner of death?
homicide.
Moment to confer, Judge. Dr. Mathis, I want to go back to the external injuries you observed.
Yes,
If the victim was running away, I'm doing this.
Yes.
He's running with his left foot up. If he's doing this, is that consistent with what the shot that you observed, the wounds you observed on his body?
if he's in a running position, yes, the left foot has to be in the air and the right foot has to be forward.
So if he's running away, that's consistent.
Yes,
Now, I want to talk about ricocheting. Is it possible that the person who shot the victim shot into the ground and that it went through his left foot and out through his left thigh? Is that possible, what you saw here?
I find that extremely unlikely. So when you have a ricochet, when you first fire the weapon, it has all the energy in it. That's why it can make characteristic appearances of gunshot wounds. In this case, the bullet not only went through the shoe, the boot twice, went in and went out, went through the foot, went through the thigh, in, and came out. That takes a lot of energy. So Ricochet's, one, not going to be able to do that, and two, the wound on the back of the thigh would have had to have, if it managed to even get out of the left shoe, which I find very unlikely, that you would have a ricochet that actually can go through the shoe, go through the foot, come out the shoe. When it hits that right thigh, it's not going to have that nice oval wound that you saw. So I can't see this being a ricochet. No.
Now I want to talk about, again, the arteries that were damaged. Is a time delay in the time from the time that the victim was shot, if there was a time delay in calling 911 or having assistance, would that also likely contribute to his death?
So when you have a wound like that, those are devastating injuries that require immediate medical attention. The wound needs to the blood flow needs to be stopped. Basically, you need to put a tourniquet tight around the wound to stop the blood flow into the leg. And then, of course, you're on a clock because the leg's not getting the nutrients it needs, and you would have to amputate. But a femoral artery wound is a devastating injury. So yes, if you don't receive medical attention, you will die quicker.
So if there was a delay in calling 911 or getting assistance or putting a tourniquet on the victim, that's going to speed up the time he dies.
Yes.
Now I want to talk about the drugs in his system.
Yes.
I know you mentioned earlier that those didn't contribute to his death.
Correct.
Would you say, doctor, based on your training and experience, that the drugs slowed down the amount of time it took him to die?
So there are some people who would say, okay, cocaine is a stimulant. So a lot of times when people get shot, they get an adrenaline rush. They may not even feel that they were shot till they look down and they see that they are bleeding. That adrenaline rush, adrenaline is also a stimulant, also causes the heart to beat faster and the blood vessels to constrict, which will increase your pressure. So cocaine as a stimulant could, in fact, actually help the situation because it's causing the blood vessels to be more constricted than they ordinarily would be, which is going to increase his blood pressure, which could theoretically increase his survivability period. But you still have a big hole in your femoral arteries, so.
Thank you. Moment to defer, Judge.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Not to state the obvious, but just to be absolutely clear. We've got 2 entrance wounds and 2 exit wounds on this gentleman.
Correct.
But this is all from one bullet, one shot, correct?
It's consistent with that. So if the circumstances indicate that there's one bullet, one firing, this is the most reasonable way it happened.
There's nothing that you're aware of that would suggest to you or indicate to you that there was more than one shot in this particular instance, correct?
Right. Look, I have 2 through and through wounds. So could they have occurred through 2 separate shots? If that's what the scene and the circumstances supported, I'm not going to be able to refute you on that. But my understanding is if there's one shot, one bullet fired, this is how it would occur.
So what we're talking about here is a bullet that went in through this man's heel, came out of another part of his foot, and then went into his leg and came out of another part of his leg. Is that correct?
Yes, the right thigh and then out the front of the right thigh.
How many autopsies have you done?
Probably is 2,000.
As best you can recollect, have you ever observed or do you have any knowledge of a a single gunshot wound, taking that particular trajectory?
I've had single gunshot wounds go through both legs. I've had them go through the arm and the chest, through a foot and then the leg, a foot and then the opposite thigh. One does not come to mind.
You would agree that this is a highly unusual trajectory for one bullet, correct?
I wouldn't say unusual. It makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's unusual. I would say it's not a pathway we encounter every day.
Now, when someone has an injury like this man had and aid is being rendered, am I correct that one of the first things you want to do is put a tourniquet on the person's leg?
Yes, you want to mitigate the blood loss. So that's going to be pressure, tourniquet, stop the blood flow from stop the blood flow above the level of the injury.
And that was done in this case, correct? That was administered?
There, he came in with a tourniquet on. So at some point, one was placed on him.
Now, the amount of cocaine that this man had in his system, you testified earlier that it's not part of the cause of death, correct?
That's correct.
However, that amount, it is a potentially lethal amount, is it not?
Any amount of cocaine is technically potentially lethal.
But this amount, this isn't just any amount, this is
a goodly amount, yes.
It's a lot of
A goodly amount. It's not just a small amount. It's consistent with recreational use. It's not like somebody you see like a body packer or anything like that. But it's not just, sometimes we'll see people, regular cocaine users, and they're probably coming down and they have just a tiny little bit of cocaine coming along for the ride. He's using, yes.
So this is, we're in Miami, there's cocaine in Miami. But this is not just, like you said, not a little bit, this is a rather significant amount of cocaine that this man took, right?
This is recreational use of cocaine. It's not, like I said, it's not the little bit we see with somebody that's coming down. They're in the active phase of using.
Now, am I correct that that when somebody's using cocaine and they use other substances, particularly alcohol, that increases the toxicity of cocaine, correct?
It can, yes.
Okay. That combination, cocaine and alcohol, it produces a metabolite called coca-ethylene, correct?
That's correct.
And in your autopsy, you tested for coca-ethylene, correct?
Yes.
And he had 0.150 milligrams per liter of coca-ethylene in his blood, correct?
Yes.
And when looking at the alcohol, he had 0.108 blood alcohol level. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. Ugh. Oh no, it's completely gone. I accidentally hit the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. But it's fun talking about the cocaine. Oh, I'm streaming myself. Oh my goodness. Oh, I need a nap. Oh boy. I'll never get it together. I don't even remember where it was at. Oh.
for sure, or he would have started bleeding immediately.
And nobody knows for sure.
There you go. I'm sorry about that, guys.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Mathis, you were asked on cross-examination about if a tourniquet was placed on the victim, it would help slow down the bleeding.
If placed tight enough, yes.
You don't know when a tourniquet was placed on the victim in this case, do you?
No.
So if there was a delay in when the tourniquet was placed, would that slow down the bleeding or cause him not to die?
The delay in the tourniquet, he'll be bleeding the entire time until a tourniquet is put on, tightly. So anytime up until that tourniquet is put on, pressure's not being applied, the wound's going to be bleeding. You may not be able to see it on the outside, but it'll be bleeding on the inside.
So if a person waits 10 minutes to call 911 and the officers then take some time to get there after, would that contribute to the victim's
Why is he
death
making
of-
those funny faces?
Yes,
He shouldn't
yes.
be doing that.
Now, you were asked about the blood coming out. And they're coming out of holes and it may not bleed at that time or it may. If a person is running away, would the blood start coming out?
It should, because now you're moving the leg, you're advancing it forward, you're causing manipulation, just like I told you. When we start flipping the body, the blood starts pouring out of the hole. So as you're moving, the blood you should start leaving a blood trail.
You're also asked about hypotheticals, so I want to pose one to you. If a person goes outside, they're on the steps, they pick up a gun, they point it at
Fires a gunshot for the purpose of getting-
And I was talking to myself the whole time.
The person has refused to leave up until that point.
I'm sorry.
Once that gunshot is fired, that person starts to leave.
Oh my goodness. Why is it keep doing that? I literally touched nothing that time.
So now he's
Wow, I just don't think I'm cut out.
is shot, and now the shot is what caused him to abandon his attempt to go into that house.
Okay,
So now he's running away from the house,
okay.
and he makes it about 15 steps, give or take, 15 steps away from the house before you start seeing a trail of blood on the ground.
Okay.
Is that consistent with this? Does that make sense?
It can happen that way, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, he could start bleeding immediately, or it could take several steps to begin to start bleeding.
So the scenario that I just laid out for you, this is not a wildly impossible or unlikely or ridiculous scenario. This is consistent with what you've seen, correct?
Yeah, it's one way it could happen. I can't tell you for sure that he didn't start bleeding for 15 steps. I also can't tell you for sure, oh, he would have started bleeding immediately.
And nobody knows for sure except for the people who would have been there, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, New York.
Dr. Mathis, you were asked on cross-examination about if a tourniquet was placed on the victim, it would help slow down the bleeding.
If placed tight enough, yes.
You don't know when a tourniquet was placed on the victim in this case, do you?
No.
So if there was a delay in when the tourniquet was placed, would that slow down the bleeding or cause him not to die?
The delay in the tourniquet, he'll be bleeding the entire time until a tourniquet is put on, tightly. So anytime up until that tourniquet is put on, the pressure's not being applied, the wound's going to be bleeding. You may not be able to see it on the outside, but it'll be bleeding on the inside.
So if a person waits 10 minutes to call 911 and the officers then take some time to get there after, would that contribute to the victim's death as well?
Yes, yes.
Now you were asked about the blood coming out, and they're coming out of holes, and it may not bleed at that time, or it may. If a person is running away, would the blood start coming out?
It should, because now you're moving the leg, you're advancing it forward, you're causing manipulation, just like I told you. When we start flipping the body, the blood starts pouring out of the hole. So as you're moving, the blood you should start leaving a blood trail.
You're also asked about hypotheticals, so I want to pose one to you. If a person goes outside, they're on the steps, they pick up a gun, they point it out of the victim sees the gun, in fear for his life, turns around and runs away, and that person shoots. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Can you repeat your question?
Yes. A person picks up a gun, aims it at the victim in fear for his life, turns around, runs away, and the person shoots the victim. Is that consistent with what we have here today?
Yes, it could happen that way.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Judge, agree cross on that question.
Yeah.
Judge, I would ask them to go sidebar.
I haven't heard anything yet, so not at this time. Go ahead.
You were asked about a victim who's in fear for his life, running away, right?
Yes.
So what should she just ask? Would you expect somebody who's in fear of their life to say, "I'm ready to die"?
Objection, Judge. Speculation, maybe province of the jury.
Can you answer that question?
I can't.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
I can't.
Can you please step down?
All right, thank you.
Well, that was quick. That little scream he did there.
Nothing but the truth, but
It's fine. I think it's 16. Yeah, 16. Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name is Sergio Ramasini,
And where do you work?
the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office,
And what's your title there?
a sergeant of men.
How long have you worked at the sheriff's office?
I was hired September 16 of 2013,
What unit do you work in currently?
the Homicide Bureau.
And do you have any training or experience on cell phone extractions?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell the members of the jury what that is, your training and experience there?
Sure. So within my current role within the Homicide Bureau, I'm the supervisor of a specialized unit within the Homicide Bureau. And within that unit, myself as well as some of the detectives that are assigned to me, we've attended various trainings in the areas of digital forensics, specifically cell phones, as well as just general cellular records as well.
And in order to work in that unit, do you have to go through that training?
Yes, in order to conduct the work that we do, there are prerequisite and required trainings.
And I think you already said this already, but specialized training specifically for cell phone extraction, that's something that you have to do?
Yes, so there's a few different trainings in regards to actually conducting the cell phone extractions that I've taken, specifically by a company called Cellbrite, which is the primary, one of the primary softwares that are utilized in conducting these extractions. And with those trainings, they're broken up into a few different areas, but primarily in the actual extracting or downloading the data from a cell phone or an electronic device, and then processing that data that's downloaded as well.
Okay. And generally speaking, how do cases get assigned?
Are you asking in the context of myself or in just a
For
case in
cell phone
general?
extraction, I'm sorry.
So in the case of, or in the circumstance of a cell phone extraction, it could be as simple as the detective, whoever it may be, just picking up the phone and calling and just informing us of whatever assistance they may need.
Okay. And generally speaking, is this, let's say a detective calls you up and says, hey, Sergeant, I want you to extract the phone, or is it randomly assigned?
So within my unit specifically, it's myself and a detective, one other detective that I supervise that has the training and the equipment to conduct that. So within my unit, the phone call would ultimately end with either myself or that other detective.
Now, were you involved in a case PD 220625210513?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that case?
So in that case, I was provided ultimately with 2 cellular telephones to attempt to conduct forensic extractions.
Who provided this to you?
The relevant telephone is from a detective, Dana Morales.
Now, you said relevant phone. What are you talking about there?
So of the 2 phones that were provided, one of the phones I was able to obtain a full extraction from due to the password being provided. The other phone was an iPhone that was password protected, and the password was not known. And due to the state of the phone, an extraction was not able to be conducted on that other device.
Now, I want to talk about that for a moment. Did you attempt to extract that cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Were you ever able to extract any data from that cell phone?
No.
Okay. Were you ever provided a password to that cell phone?
I was, but it was unsuccessful.
Now, when that detective got you the phone or gave you possession of that phone, was that with a warrant or did you just unlock it yourself?
No, it was the device with the accompanying property receipt as well as the search warrant.
Now, how do you identify a phone that you are going to extract?
Well, depending on how it's provided, but typically in an instance where a search warrant is provided, it would be whatever is identifying features are explained in the search warrant, and that then in conducting a physical review of the device to ensure that it's the correct device that accompanies the legal process.
Now, after you confirm that you have the correct phone, what do you do?
So typically you take that device and you just do a visual of it, ensure that it is working, that it's powered on, and then from there take it to a specialized equipment and then begin the extraction of that device.
Okay. Can you explain to the members of the jury what a Faraday room or Faraday box is?
Yes. So pretty much think of it as a large room that any signal cannot get into. So if you were to take your phone inside, it would be completely shielded from any Wi-Fi, any cellular, or any sort of connection that could communicate with the phone. So it isolates it completely from any sort of outside signal.
Okay. And generally speaking, does data change on a phone?
It can, yes.
Okay. How does it change, or is there anything to stop it from changing?
So with any cell phone, there's always going to be things that change on the phone just by the way that phones work. There's always things happening in the background. There's always applications that are open, and there's always things that are continually evolving. That doesn't mean that the files themselves change, but there are additional files and additional logs and records that occur just with a phone being on.
Now, I know that we talked about this briefly, but once you plug a phone into a computer, what happens with that? Do you download the phone? How do you go about that? Is there a program?
Yes. So in this case, I utilized a piece of equipment manufactured by a company called Graykey. And with that, after unlocking the phone and connecting it to the equipment, it downloads a full extraction of the entire file contents within a phone.
I'm sorry.
So essentially, you can think of a phone as a library and the contents being the individual sections. So that equipment takes and it stores and copies all of the contents that are on that phone.
Once a phone is actually extracted, do you do anything to verify the data that was on the phone that you properly extracted it?
Yes. So upon all of the data being downloaded, there is a process that's called a generating of a hash. And a hash is pretty much a consider it a digital fingerprint that can be run or compared against any file. And if just one bit of information, the most minute thing changes, there's going to be a different value that's generated. So that's a way that once that extraction is complete, the state of the extraction and the data that was downloaded can be verified that it is the same and that is continuously the same and does not change.
Let's talk specifically about when you first extracted this phone. Did you do that and confirm that the data that was extracted was the same data that was on the phone?
So the hash initially is generated automatically in the process of extracting the phone. And then when I take that data and upload it to a second software, which actually interprets the data, a hash is generated again and compared to the initial one, verifying that that it is in fact the same data and that what was utilized to generate a report is from the same contents.
Okay. And once that phone actually is extracted, what do you do with that data? Do you give it to somebody? Do you keep it yourself?
Yes. So after uploading it into secondary software that actually takes that file from the phone and turns it into something that you can read, I generate a report and provide that over to the detective to review the contents.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, permission to retrieve evidence and permission to publish. Thank you. Detective, I do not know if you can see how my screen here because it's a little small, but can you tell us what we're actually looking at right here?
So this is what's going to be called a Cellbrite reader, and this is it's the end product, so to speak, of what the extraction and the data contained within the phone ultimately, how it ultimately appears.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago there was a phone that was provided to you by Detective Danny Morales. Is that this data?
Yes. So the case number, there's going to be a case number there at the top left, and that's going to be the digital forensics unit case number that was assigned for the extraction of that specific device.
I want to show you a few specific points from this phone.
You need to step down.
So Detective, yeah, if you actually, can you just tell us right here what the date and time that this source was created?
Hold on, sorry, vacation position, we're talking vacation.
So for this particular file, June 25th, 2022, 3:06 a.m.
Okay, and we see that this video is how long?
6 minutes and 57 seconds.
And we see,
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. Is this in evidence?
yes,
Do you have to mark it?
it's already in evidence. It's been moved yesterday.
Oh, what number was it?
16.
16. Okay, so remember folks, this is in evidence. So if you need to look at it in the future as you deliberate, it is accessible to you. Go ahead.
So we see how long is this video?
6 minutes and 57 seconds.
And if you tell me what the timestamp is right here,
It's at the 6 minute and 7 second mark.
and we see an individual right here. So at 6 minutes, 7 seconds after 3:06, can you generally tell us what time that is?
Right about 3:12, 3:13 a.m.
So this video would have been created, or this portion of this video would have been about 3:12, 3:13, so
Yes.
let me just publish this. Show you another Can you tell us the date and time that this video was created?
June 24th, 2022 at 10:37.
And we see a vehicle and 2 individuals?
Yes.
Okay, and this would have been earlier in that evening?
Yes, the previous day.
Let me push this video now. Finally, we have That's fine. Can you tell us the date and time this video was created?
June 24th, 2023.
4:03 p.m. And so again, that 306 video that we saw, this was earlier in that evening as well.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back and actually look at a few more things here. Let me open up follow-up. Detective, I want you to bring your attention to these two items under 13 and 14. Can you tell us number 14 what it says?
It's going to be a confidential call, marked or dialed to 9911.
And can you tell us the date and timestamp there?
June 25th, 2022, 3:21, and
A couple seconds, AM in the morning. And right above it, number 13, can you tell us what that call is?
so same, there's 19 less, and it's also going to be 911 call.
So it's fair to say that's a call to 911 emergency services.
Yes.
And the date and time on that?
June 25th, 2022, 3:21 a.m.
The first video that we saw, that first timestamp was at 3:06 a.m. and it was 6 minutes long, give or take.
Yes.
And you testified earlier that that means with that timestamp of when we saw an individual walking in front, that was about 3:11, 3:12, 13. Is that correct? And obviously 3:21 is a 10-minute delay.
About
Let me move on here, and I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of this video, where it says social media. Can you just tell members of the jury what these two things are right here?
So the first one would be Facebook and the usage of just the Facebook application, and we'll take out another social media application.
Okay, sorry, Facebook and TikTok are social media accounts?
Yes.
Let me ask you about Instagram. Is Instagram also a social media account?
Yes, Instagram actually is currently owned by Facebook.
Okay, if you could tell us what we're looking at right here.
So this is going to be within the user accounts section of the phone extraction, where it's going to categorize, just generally speaking, any accounts that were on the phone. Not limited just to social media, but any email accounts, social media accounts, things like that are going to be categorized in this section. And this one specifically is a Instagram account that have been utilized on the cell phone.
Okay, and this, excuse me, this Instagram account would have been utilized on this phone,
Yes.
meaning that this is this person's Instagram account?
I'm sorry, ask that again?
This Instagram account would be belonging to this phone or have been accessed by this phone?
Yes, this is indicative of that account having been utilized on that specific device.
And if you could just publish the images of jury, that right there.
Daisy Link.
Great, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
See if there's any process happening.
No, you're, thank you.
You're excused. Thank you. All right, folks.
I don't know why they gotta talk so low.
Now, let's come back so that we're ready to start right at 2 o'clock. So I'm giving you an hour and 15 minutes to plan to eat and also travel time. There could be less foot traffic in the building today. We don't have more reserve policy on Fridays. These are my instructions about ignoring parties as well as sleep, bump into them in the hallways, etc. Please don't talk about the space among yourselves, and please do not do research about the space. If you become aware of any violations to the orders that I reminded you every day, please bring it to my attention as well as my neighbor's notes. He will take your notes, just like he's been doing all week, and he'll tell you where to meet him so that we can really start talking at 2 o'clock.
Third floor, please. All rise for the jury.
Yeah, we made it in time just for lunch. Yay. All right, we're gonna zoom through lunch. The jurors, they have some nice shoes.
All right, jury has left. What Francine just testified to, the jury can't take it back with them, right?
Well, so this is her phone. What we can do is Mr. Gonzalez and I can sit down and agree on certain items that we would demolish it to send back to the jury. Because obviously there are stuff on this phone that cannot go back. It will obviously be depending on cross-examination can sit down and.
Okay, cross that bridge, get there, if you guys don't do that, that's not possible. They just ask to see certain items and then we just publish.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'll grab my dog.
We just received it, if you can.
Yes, Your Honor, it's an hour, 32 minutes and 26 seconds.
So we should be able to rest today.
All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure that you show the areas that are agreed upon for redactions, the areas that are not agreed upon for redactions at 1:30 when we come back. I can give you my ruling.
Sure.
But it seems like it's 99.5% of the parties are agreed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And,
I actually don't think there are any disagreements, I'm sorry.
when I'm gonna be using any, written transcripts for them to follow along.
No, unfortunately, as I mentioned to the court in an email yesterday, Mr. Tomas, the vendor, for whatever reason, did not provide a full transcript. The only thing that we were able to do was generate an AI transcript.
Well, it's what it is. I think at the end of the day, unless it's an agreed upon transcript, they always rely on the evidence that they use, right?
Yes.
That's the default instruction. So, okay. Mr. Tomas, unless you agree that this AI generated one can be used as demonstrative, they shall rely on their memory. I'm sorry, or if you want, we can show them these, the AI generated transcripts. If you agree, it can be used as an aid. I'll let you tell me that at 1:30.
Your Honor, one of the issues I'd like to raise with that is that that doesn't have the appropriate redactions to match up
Oh,
with
I
the
see.
video.
All right, then forget that idea. All right, so we'll just look at the video, and, so we'll come back at 1:30. Okay? Actually, why don't you come back at 1:35, so I don't have the full 45 minutes. 1:35, my meeting's still open.
1:35?
Yeah, 1:35.
1:35.
1:35, sorry, okay,
I apologize. Someone was at my door. I'm sorry. Okay. So let's zoom through lunch. I feel like I'm going to be like BJ and fall asleep over here. Tired today. Well, the weather's changing here in Iowa. We're starting to get colder, and the time, it's getting darker like at like 6 o'clock. Okay. Here we go. Zoom.
Yes, sir.
How are you all going to adapt it in time? Like,
We're doing it right now.
So what,
are you able to do it from there?
No, Judge, look, we're asking.
it's gonna take some time anyway for me to get to the point in time with Detective Jamar, so we can figure that part out. And then, I did inform Mr. Tomas there to get a call that a portion of it I intend to introduce. It is entirely relevant to phase 2. The entirety of it, of that call, is gonna talk about the prior convictions in that call.
What do you need to?
Should the defendant be found guilty, we would then do a, enhancement portion of this, as noted, the state file is not just enhanced penalties. In this case, which the jury will have to make the determination whether or not the defendant is a visual offender. This call is entirely relevant to that, because she talks about her prior convictions. The portion that I want to elicit in testimony for during Detective Norris's testimony is a portion of time in which the defendant, there's conversations about what essentially she is facing, that there was conversation about 15 years, and she says the prosecutor changed their mind, they said 25 years. The defendant says, well, if I would have known that, I would chop up that motherfucker and start him all around there.
Why would I let the jury hear that she admits to the crimes?
No, I'm not introducing that one. I'm, like I said, the only portion that I'm intending to introduce for this portion of the testimony is what I just said. If I knew how much time I was facing, I would have done this. The reason that I want to introduce that is because number one, it goes directly to her intent and will directly refute the statement that I'm about to introduce as well, that this was a mistake, that this was a misunderstanding, that she was protecting herself. This goes directly to that and specifically elements 3, I think, of this crime that she's afraid to find that goes directly to this.
You know, she's rolling her eyes and looking.
So Judge, this, Joe, I don't know exactly what it was, but it's my understanding it was what, in the last month, last couple of weeks. So we've got,
I'd want my lawyer to be.
a lot of time has
get me out of these
passed.
charges.
She's talking about what she's facing. So first of all, this conversation, this very small part of a 15, 20-minute conversation, I would submit that it's far more prejudicial than probative. I don't think it's probative of anything, but if the court were to allow it, then it opens the door for her to explain her state of mind and why she said it. And if you do that, then we're talking about, well, facing life. This other guy got 25 and he was charged with a lot more.
I don't have an objection to this.
Said that in jest, things of that nature. So I think it just opens up for a lot of problematic issues.
I don't have an objection to her talking about that. About the time that she's facing and the state of mind in which she said.
You don't have a problem.
I have zero problem.
I have a huge problem.
Judge, there's no pending,
When I feel we're doing
Yep.
in front of the jury, why did I go through that? And I use that.
Why does she have to
neutral
interrupt?
word Instead of prison, minimum mandatory reasons.
we talked about that during voir dire, that they would not be a part of the sentencing phase. Your Honor brought it up, I brought it up. I forget the gentleman who mentioned that something about how he would be uncomfortable sitting in judgment of it because he could potentially be taking somebody's life away. And then we discussed that this was not a capital case, that she is not facing death
So
penalty.
why would I now allow them to keep her potentially?
Judge, nobody has made a motion of limine to limit that portion of this case. Normally, the state brings that up in a motion of limine because it is inflaming the passions of the jury to say, well, this woman's life is in your hand, and if you convict her, she's facing this. I do not have a problem, and I am not making a motion of limine to limit that. I don't think that it would be a compelling closing argument to make, but regardless of that, this call is, number one, a business record. Number two, it is the defendant's statement, so it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted for statement by party opponent as well as a business record, so it's admissible as such. And then number two, the reason that it's more probative than prejudicial is because, again, element 3 of this crime is that the defendant committed this act with a depraved mind, which goes directly to this case. The defense's argument, theory of the case, I'm introducing her statement in which she says this is self-defense. Mr. Tomas, during a number of different testimonies, has elicited the testimony, especially with Dr. Mathis, about how the victim was charging at the defendant, screaming at the top of his lungs. I think during opening statement, he said this was a guttural, vicious, almost demonic statement that the victim made, which Ms. Link, in this jail call, in this portion of the jail call, and it's about 30 seconds, says, well, if I knew how much time I was facing, I would have chopped him up and spread him all around Florida. The reason why that's so important is because she says this was an accident. She didn't mean to do this. This wasn't her intention. This goes directly to that and the depravity of her mind at the point in time that this crime was committed. I have zero problem with Ms. Link when she testifies, because I think we're all on the same page here that she is going to be testifying. I have zero problem with her explaining that call, and she should.
Okay, your request is denied. It is highly inflammatory, highly irrelevant. It happened 3 years after she was arrested. The context of which she's making that statement is during a breakdown of plea negotiations. It's also not connected in any way temporally to the commission of the crime or any statement she made post Miranda.
Well, Judge,
It's also more, nope, pleadings are close, no more argument. You started first, you went second, you're going third, and that's it. It's also more prejudicial than probative. That's my ruling.
I understand your ruling. I just want to put 2 things on the record. Number one, during the court's ruling right now, I can see it on the computer screen. Ms. Link is rolling her eyes every time I open my mouth. I would ask the court to admonish Ms. Link once again. I know that we had a conversation sidebar about that in the next of kin. I think that this is becoming a feature of what Ms. Link is doing during this trial and trying to, get her 15 minutes of fame. And number two, I think this goes directly to the defendant's consciousness of guilt, of what he would have done.
Thank you. You had asked, sir. Ms. Link, I kind of go in the mind of the jury. I think they're paying attention. I think they're dedicated. The fact that they're here early almost every day and they come back for lunch. We've been doing the case, not them. You're not allowed to make any facial expressions. As I said before, this is a tragedy all around. You're allowed to be emotional. You have to control it. Because I literally told the next of kin, through Mr. Rubia, that I could see their emotions, and I asked him to have them limit their emotions. It was cumulative over a few day period. I haven't been looking at you. I don't know if you're rolling your eyes or anything of that nature. I know that you got emotional when the body worn camera displayed.
Yeah, judge is watching her.
But the jury needs to decide this case based on evidence and not from any outside influence. It's actually in your best interest to control any facial expressions you may be doing, because if they don't like what they're seeing and they don't tell me, I don't know what's in their heart, and I don't know what's in their mind. Does that make sense? Yes, okay.
So Judge, the only other thing that I wanted to inquire about is the order that you were able to get a certified copy of. Can I use that, or do we need to get like an original from them?
I don't have an objection to the introduction. I still think the court needs to take judicial notice that a termination of parental rights does not exist in this
You have
case.
objections in doing that. I think I was inclined to do that.
That's fine, and I would seek to admit that order as a certified
I
document.
have no objection.
He has no objections to that.
All right.
But you realize that what you gave us is not a termination of parental rights.
Yes, I didn't use the word terminate. I said he lost his rights, and that's actually true. He has a pathway to get his rights back, but he would need to get drug treatment, which the order says he hasn't, and he would need to curb his domestic violence, which the order says he hasn't. And we already know from what happened that wouldn't happen. So Mr. Link was the custodial parent, and his rights were limited to Zoom calls that were completely at her discretion, and one visit a month supervised with his mother, who did not live in the state.
So if we do play back the record, Mr. Tomas did say that this was.
I didn't say terminate, I said lost.
Fair enough. All right, fair enough. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and what that document actually showed. Since it's a document that my JA would get from the Fairfax JA over in the dependency / criminal division, I think the state is satisfied. It is a business record, and I would say judicial notice that there's
I'm gonna give you a copy.
order terminating this parental right. It seems like Mr. Tomas, what we have is an order limiting this parental rights, correct?
Yes.
Limited.
If I could just have a moment to step outside to inform my officer.
We go off record for the this.
This is the other one. This is the one.
One does that, state orders back here. 2.2, can you look to see? Mr. Tomas, can you pull 2.2 from the jury instruction on edited recording?
Looks like he's talking to her to decide on whether or not she's going to testify. I doubt it. I'm afraid they'd eat her up. Eat her up and spit her out.
I am, Mr. Padilla, you want that case off, you want to bring it up, it's not relevant to the next witness, right? It's part of it. Part of this next witness?
Yes.
So, okay. How am I going to now look at this case law without reading it first?
Well, Judge, so what we're asking, Judge, is once we have the case law, we'll have it printed, and we're asking for access to the records to make arguments specifically on the court's ruling that the jail call is not recorded about jail call.
The jail call, which you talks about her prison sentence that she's facing?
Judge, it goes to consciousness of guilt. If I can I
No,
make a
no, we're done on this. Mr. Rugita started the argument, I went to the defense, I went back to Mr. Rugita, I allowed him some leeway after I ruled. But as far as I was concerned, the pleadings on that issue were closed. I'm not allowing access to the record. We're gonna be in trial 2 days next week, file your motion for consideration. Thank you, understood. All right, this next witness's name is Detective Jimenez. I'm gonna bring him back in. I'm gonna bring him, so.
The statement.
What's work? The jury's been outside for 11 minutes. And I know I was 10 minutes late, but these are issues that are being brought up in the middle of trial. So let's just try to streamline it so that we don't waste the jury's time.
I wonder if she knows it's really hard to hear her and understand her.
Should I just do it here? No, it's not sorry, just with the data for. No.
All right, adjourned.
Boy, just everything inconvenience her. That's too sad. And the judge is noticing her rolling her eyes, all that stuff. You know, doing that stuff in front of the jury is not good. Her lawyer should be telling her about it.
All jurors are accounted for, the lawyers are still present, policy, thank you. This should be the last one to debate. It's Sergeant Melody,
Detective Melanie Morris.
Detective Melody Morris.
Do the crime, you gotta do the time. Not whether or not it's self-defense is another thing. We don't know.
I'm getting the name.
Melanie Morris, she's home, we're on the look at that.
Raise your hand, you sign to affirm that testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Well, someone's calling somebody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Jimenez.
And where do you work?
I work in the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you
I
worked there?
didn't get her
I've been
name.
there now for 8 years.
And what department do you work in?
I'm currently assigned to the Homicide Bureau.
And can you just briefly walk us through your training and experiences?
When I started, I was on road patrol in our South District. After a year and a half, I became a field training officer. So I would train the new recruits that would graduate the academy. After some time doing that, I was transferred over to the Homicide Bureau in 2021.
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer on June 25th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Now, how did you first become involved in this case?
I was contacted by Detective Danny Morales, who advised that there was a homicide that occurred in the city of Homestead, and I was requested to respond.
Did he advise you who found the victim?
He told me that the victim was found by his wife.
Okay. And did he advise you what, if any, injury he was suffering?
He had a gunshot wound to a leg.
Okay. Are you aware if the victim was declared deceased on scene?
I believe he was.
Did you arrive to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Was that seen at 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, 33030?
Yes, it was.
Is that in Miami-Dade County?
That is with the Miami County.
Okay. When you first arrived on scene, excuse me, who, if anyone, did you make contact with?
I made contact with my supervisor, Sergeant Jason Wade.
And what, if anything, did he advise you with?
He advised me that Detective Joseph Cruz would be the lead investigator on the case.
Now, before we move on, can you explain how homicide teams actually work?
Yes, so we are a team consisting of one supervisor, who's a sergeant, and we have between 3 to 5 detectives on that team. When we are assigned a homicide investigation, there's always going to be one detective that's the lead investigator. And because the multitude of the cases and the amount of work that needs to be done in a homicide investigation to be thorough, the whole team will assist and handle different leads that are assigned by the lead investigator.
Now, you said that the lead investigator in this case was Detective Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you making decisions on your own, or is he giving you assignments?
No, all decisions are made by Detective Cruz. Prior to me making any decision, I would advise Detective Cruz what I came across, what I have. At that point, he will guide me in what he would want me to do.
So it's fair to say that everything you learned, Detective Danny Morales, Detective Siaba Hubbard, everything that they learned is flowing to Detective Cruz?
Yes.
So that he can make a decision on what to do?
Yes.
Now, did you speak to Detective Cruz on scene?
Yes, I did.
Were you given a brief on the investigation and facts as he had them on scene?
Yes.
Did he make any requests of you?
He requested that I respond with him to headquarters to interview Ms. Daisylink.
Okay. Did you respond to headquarters that day?
Yes, I did.
And was that to potentially interview the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the point in time that the defendant was transported to headquarters, was she a subject of the investigation?
No.
Why not?
She was merely a very important witness. She was also the wife of our victim, which is very important for us because we believe she would have very relevant information as to what the victim was doing prior to him being shot, if he had any enemies or anything of that sort.
Did you believe it was a good idea to bring her in?
Yes.
Now, when you first got to headquarters, is that where she was brought in for an interview? Is that recorded in any way?
Yes, it's video and audio recorded.
And everything that happens in that room is going to be captured more or less?
Yes.
Now, when you first interacted with the defendant in the interview room, did you contact anyone to assist you?
Yes, I contacted our crime scene and evidence bureau so they can have an investigator respond.
Why did you do that?
To take pictures, and also she had clothes that was full of blood. I didn't want her sitting in the interview room for a long period of time in clothes that had blood that was potentially her husband's. So I wanted to make sure I could get her to change and photograph her before that.
Can you explain what the defendant's demeanor was like when you were first interacting with her at headquarters?
She's very defensive during that interaction.
Did she say anything to you?
She said, and not exact quoting, but something along the lines of,
Judge's speculation.
just the words she said. Okay. So the objections will why was I treating her as a person that shot the victim?
Okay. In your mind, were you treating her as a person who shot the victim?
No, I simply wanted her to get out of blood clothing, which I don't.
Did you attempt to give her clothing?
I did.
When you attempted to give her those clothing, what was her reaction?
Excuse my language, but she said, I'm not going to put that shit on.
Did you offer her anything to eat or drink at that point in time?
I did multiple times.
Did she accept?
No.
Showing defense counsel some pre-marked identification purposes. Commission to move evidence, Your Honor. That's an objection.
Stay exhibit 2C, mark identification, now becomes stay exhibit 25.
While at headquarters, other than interviewing Ms. Link or attempting to interview Ms. Link, did you do anything else?
Yes, I did. I documented a body search warrant.
What is a body search warrant?
A body search warrant is a warrant to gather DNA, clothing, and this particular instance was for the DNA and the clothing.
Okay. What DNA and what clothing?
It was going to be for Ms. Link's DNA and for her clothing.
Okay, we briefly talked about this yesterday, but can you explain to us what the process is of obtaining a warrant?
Yes, so us as detectives, we document a statement of facts, which is the facts that are known to us at the time of us writing that search warrant. Once we type that, we submit it to our supervisor who reviews it. Once our supervisor is done reviewing it, we will submit it to a state attorney. The state attorney determines whether or not we have enough probable cause to move forward with that warrant. Once we determine that we do, we submit that warrant to a judge who gives a final approved warrant.
Okay. And was a warrant for Ms. Link's DNA approved in this case?
Yes.
Was that executed as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, at that point in time, after doing the body warrant, what if anything did you do next?
Fingerprint,
Fingerprinting her.
Ms. Link.
If Ms. Link was not a subject at this point in time, why were you fingerprinting her?
Because we were made aware that she did touch the victim at that time when she found him. So we wanted to make sure we did have her fingerprints, and since we had to rule it out and use it for that case.
Okay. Was she under arrest at this point?
No.
Was she a subject at that point?
No.
Now, if she wasn't a subject, she wasn't under arrest, why are you fingerprinting her?
In case we found fingerprints that she mentioned about touching the subject, his property that was on him. So if we find fingerprints, we have to submit those fingerprints for testing in case it could have been someone else that touched the phone. So having her fingerprints will help us in ruling out, okay, these are Ms. Link's fingerprints. And we know that these are her fingerprints because she did touch the victim at the time.
Now, to be clear, the defendant does not have to speak to you at any point, correct?
Correct.
When you were fingerprinting her, were you prompting her to speak to you?
No.
Did she ever speak to you while she was fingerprinted?
She did.
What, if anything, did she say to you?
She said, I did not mean to kill him.
Okay. What did you say to her in response?
I advised her to please stop talking. If she wanted to speak to me, we would have to go into the interview room, go over her rights. And at that point, we could determine whether or not she really wanted to speak to me. But I did tell her multiple times to not speak to me.
Can you explain to the jury what Miranda rights are?
Yes, it is a form that we use. It explains the right to individuals that they have a right to they don't need to speak to us, whether they want an attorney present or not. And that's pretty much a little summary of what Miranda rights are.
Judge, by stipulation of the party statement was into evidence of pre-mark for identification purposes is 2D.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, exhibit 2D, marked for identification, now becomes exhibit 26.
And permission to publish. Thank you. I'm using the demonstration pre-mark for identification purposes as 1J. I know this is very far and it's very small, so I'll read it. And if I could have that, so 26. So I'm going to put this in front of you real quick and use the same form here. The top of this, is this the Miranda form that you read to Ms. Link, or was Ms. Link read?
Yes.
Okay, let's start at the top. Before you were asking questions, you must understand the following rights. Start with number 1. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions. You understand that right? There's a yes, there is a no. There, what appears to be a D and L next to yes. Whose initials are those?
Ms. Link's.
Okay, so she responded yes to that question?
Yes.
Number 2, should you talk to me? Anything which you might say, maybe introduces evidence or against you. Understand that right? There's yes, there's no. Again, a DL on yes, is that Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
And she initialed yes?
Yes.
Number 3, if you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have the lawyer present. Do you understand that right? Again, yes, no. Again, initials, is that Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
Ms. Link understood that right?
Yes.
Number 4, if you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want. Do you understand that right? Yes, no. Again, a DL, Ms. Link understood that right?
Yes.
Those are her initials?
Yes.
Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? Yes, no. Again, DL, Ms. Link's initials?
Yes.
Ms. Link understood that right?
Yes.
She agreed to speak to you?
Yes.
Did you threaten her in any way?
No.
The statement is signed of my own free will without any threats or promises having been made to me. There's a signature and a date and time. That date is 6/25/2022, and the date appears to be it's either 4 or 6/22 p.m. Is that correct?
4:22 p.m. Yes.
Okay, and whose signature is that?
Ms. Link's.
And on the left-hand side of this, I have, it says advising officer. Who was the advising officer?
That was me.
Can you tell us the rest of it? It's a 6/25/22 with what appears to be 6/5/7 above it?
That's my badge number.
Okay. And right underneath it, there's a witness, J. Cruz.
Yes, that's Detective Joseph Cruz.
Thank you very much. I can take that. Now, I want to briefly talk about the defendant's statement. What, if anything, did she tell you? Just briefly.
She told me that her and the victim were involved in an argument.
Judge, I would object that evidence will be
Oh, this is something correct. Yes, ma'am. And so it's planning on using the statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, here, let me ask you this. Did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Did she, at the time of the interview, did she advise that she knew who the victim was?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
Who did she say the victim was?
Her husband.
And that would be Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
Did she advise of any domestic violence between her and Pedro Jimenez, in which Mr. Jimenez was the aggressor?
Yes.
Did she also advise of any domestic violence, prior domestic violence, where she was the aggressor?
Yes.
Did she also advise you of an incident that happened a few days prior,
Yes.
in which Mr. Jimenez, she claimed, pistol whipped her?
Yes.
Did she advise that she picked up Mr. Jimenez that day?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That she responded to one of his friend's house because it was getting late to go pick him up.
Did she say if he threatened her at that point?
No.
Did she say that he had any weapons on him?
No.
Or him?
No.
And she said she went and picked him up on her own volition?
Yes.
Did she say whether or not he asked her to pick her up?
No.
Did she ever tell you about any conversations that they were having that night?
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
Conversations about the victim making allegations that Ms. Link cheated on him.
Did Mrs. Link deny that to the victim?
In the beginning, yes.
Did she advise a little later on about what continued to transpire that night?
Yes.
And what was that?
They continued to argue about the same situation until eventually Ms. Link advised the victim that she did cheat on him.
And did Ms. Link advise that the defendant had left at that period of time before she admitted to the infidelity?
Yes.
Did Ms. Link advise that she had a firearm?
Yes.
And at what point in time did she say she had the firearm?
She was looking for the victim, didn't know where he was at. She grabbed the firearm from inside and then sat outside to smoke a cigarette.
And so the victim was nowhere to be found at that point in time?
No.
Did she say why she grabbed the firearm?
She believed that by grabbing the firearm, it would instill fear in him from confronting her.
Even though he wasn't around?
Yes.
Did she say if the victim showed up later on?
Yes.
And what happened there? Did she say?
They continued to argue. The victim at one point pushed her, which is when she grabbed the firearm. As soon as she grabbed the firearm, the victim began to run away from her. She says that he was running to lock her out of the house. And in order to stop him from locking her out of the house, she discharged the firearm.
Did she say that she was in fear for her children?
No.
Did she say she was in fear for her safety?
No.
Did she merely say that she didn't want to be locked outside?
Yes.
Did Ms. Link advise what, if anything, happened to that firearm?
Judge, at this point, I'd ask best evidence rule, we could hear.
Did you ask Ms. Link to draw anything for you?
Yes.
And why'd you do that?
For me to better understand where she was when she discharged the firearm for purposes of attempting to locate Casey Johnson.
Okay, state now moves into evidence which will be pre-marked for identification purposes as 1B. 2B, I'm sorry.
Exhibit 2B, marked identification, now becomes state exhibit 27.
Yes, sir.
And I also have a demonstrative of this. Detective, if you don't mind just taking this from me, so I'm going to give you a couple markers here. Truthfully, just use whichever one works a little better. Thank you. Or both. If you don't mind just holding that up for the jury, what exactly are we looking at here?
So here we're looking at the street, and these are two duplexes. This one in particular is a duplex where Ms. Link and the victim resided.
Okay, and this is the drawing Ms. Link made?
Yes.
Okay, can you just walk us through exactly what Ms. Link told you about this and mark where she was standing and where the victim was standing?
Yes, so she says she was sitting here on the porch where the staircase is. The gun was directly next to her. The victim was standing here in front of her.
And there is a circle at the top of it. What was that?
This is what she said. The victim ran towards this way, and she shot the firearm when she was approximately by the circle.
Okay. And there's a little line right next to that as well. What's that?
That's where the victim continued to run.
Okay. Did you find a casing ever?
I do not.
Do you know if anyone found a casing for this firearm?
To my knowledge, no.
This girl is all business. Oh my goodness. She is all serious. Very businesslike. Very professional. All right, back on.
Now, while on scene, and I've moved to,
This
is a demonstrative, just reserved for customers. Now, while all this is happening, you're interviewing Ms. Link. Are officers still on scene at that 1237 address?
Yes.
Why?
They are still conducting their part of the investigation, which is the scene, the body, whatever portion their review was assigned. Sorry. They were documenting the scene, the body. They were still conducting their investigation on scene.
Are you aware of canine officers responded to the scene?
Yes, they did.
Are any other detectives on scene as well?
Yes, our homicide detectives on scene.
And that would have been Danny Morales, Yaga Hubbard, whatever other officers were on scene?
Yes.
And are you guys speaking while you're interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
They're relaying information that they're finding on scene that's relevant for us in case they have any questions that they need us to ask Ms. Link.
What, if anything, did they tell you was going on scene?
They found a.
It goes to state of mind, effect on listener as well.
They advised me that they discovered a Ring video camera footage where Ms. Link made a statement on it. Yeah.
Permission to publish evidence previously submitted, Your Honor? Now, that video that we just watched is a portion of State's Exhibit 16.
How did they even understand any of that? It just sounded like a bunch of static to me. All right, game on.
Is that the video that was relayed to you?
Yes,
And did you relay that video to Ms. Link?
yes.
What was her reaction to that?
She said that she did not see that.
Now, do you know when exactly, or a rough estimate of when that incident occurred?
That was approximately 10 minutes prior to the 911 call.
Okay, so there was a 911 call in this case as well.
Yes,
Did officers learn who made that 911 call?
yes.
Who made that 911 call?
Miss Link.
And permission to publish what's name?
I guess they're at sidebar. I didn't even hear that they said that.
State's Exhibit 1.
Saturday, June 25, 2022, 03:21 and 57 seconds.
I think they're fine. What is the emergency?
Okay, yeah, I don't know why I did here. I'm not sleeping. Just go everywhere.
Okay, so how am I going to check your phone to see where you are?
Okay.
Do you know what happened to him? Yeah, how am I looking? Is he awake and breathing? And it says here at 1300, 1897.
Where? Where?
Are you in Homestead now?
Oh, yes, I know that.
What is the phone number you're calling from?
36, 32, 959.
7662-9939. Okay.
Before we move on with the rest of the call, that phone number, whose phone number was that?
That I don't know.
Did Daisylink give you her cell phone number?
She did, during the interview, she did.
When you get home, somebody's gonna like call, I don't know, do you know what kind of body is there or?
I think it's right there.
If you have a face mask on for towel or like that, so where you from? I know that is my name, do you have to see that thing? She was, the address is 1300 on West 153. She's like that she found a note down on the floor, please, all over. And curious to see if she can look and see where and what, you know, somebody's coming from, she said the day. I know, kind of. I have her on mine.
Okay, and do you have the contact number?
She's calling for 76-562-9539.
And we said,
My position was 502.
hello, right?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you, Kelly.
Yeah.
Ma'am? Ma'am? Hello? Okay, you said it looks like you saw the alleyway?
He's an alley.
Is he breathing?
He's breathing, he's saying that he can't breathe.
Okay, about how old do you think he is?
I don't know, maybe 30, 25, I don't know.
Between like mid-20s to maybe 30?
Yes,
Is he able to tell you anything, like what made it happen, or anything like that?
hello?
Yes, did he tell you?
What happened? No. He said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know, okay. I'm looking around here, I don't know what you're doing, phone with me, okay? And you said it looks like it's mostly from his legs.
Hold on, right now, hold on, what is it? There's a, hold on. I see an entry, hold on, one, I see an entry.
Was he shot?
It looks like it is, yes. He's breathing off his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up.
So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way.
I'm breathing.
And were you able to get a thing off the house, the high pressure? And it's like,
I took his shirt off and I
Just let me know when they get contact with you, okay? Yeah. Do they see? Hey, don't you, right here, don't you. Hey, don't you. Hello, don't you, hey? Okay, go away. Thank you. Thank you. I feel here. Thank you.
Detective, did investigators find out who made that phone call?
Yes.
We did.
Ms. Link.
Now, after Daisy Link admits to shooting Pedro Jimenez, what, if anything, did you do with her? Was she under arrest at that point?
Yes.
And I know we talked about this briefly before, but that body warrant, the DNA warrant, that was executed as well?
Yes, it was.
Did you author any other warrants at that time?
A ring search warrant
Why?
to obtain on video that was captured on the ring camera.
And to be clear, that warrant was through the same process that we talked about beforehand?
Yes.
The video that we saw a few minutes ago, that was part of that warrant?
Yes.
There's a few other videos that I want to show you and ask you if those were also part of it. This would be part of State's Exhibit 16.
Gosh, I turn it up thinking it's going to be low, and then they go back to the loudness.
The ring camera that you executed?
Yes.
This video that we just watched, people going in and out of this vehicle. This video also a part of the ring camera warrant that you executed.
Yes.
And then finally,
I don't understand how they're hearing this. Oh, there must be a sidebar. I had to use the ladies' room.
Did you yourself speak to additional witnesses?
Yes, I did.
And that was
Heard
after the
that
call?
noise.
Did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes,
Did you meet with the homeowner?
yes,
Was that Robert Cisneros?
yes,
Were you with anybody when you responded to that scene?
yes. Detective Danny Morales and Detective Chiappa
Why did you respond to that scene?
to gather video surveillance footage.
Okay, and did you watch that video surveillance?
I did not.
I don't want to talk about any of that specific surveillance, but what I do want to ask you is, did you see anybody cut any wires, delete anything?
No.
Going back very briefly, Detective, this is a silly question. Do you have a personal cell phone?
Yes,
Does that have recording capabilities?
yes,
When you are investigating a crime, do you take out your phone and report things on your phone?
absolutely not.
Why not?
Because my personal phone is my personal phone. It is not subject to anything that I do that is work related.
Do you have standard operating procedures that allow you to use your cell phone?
For my personal cell phone, no.
So it'd be fair to say you are not allowed to do that.
Correct.
Is there anybody that you reach out to in order to gather any kind of video surveillance evidence as well?
Yes, we have a video forensics unit that is certified and takes specific trainings in retrieving video surveillance footage.
If you have the capability to report something on your phone, why are you reaching out to them to collect evidence?
That would be the proper way to do it. These individuals are trained. They take trainings how to properly extract video and maintain its integrity.
Now, Detective, I know you weren't here, but Danny Morales and Siapa Hubbard and yourself all wore suits while you testified. Why are you not in the uniform?
This is my daily attire for work.
So as a detective, a homicide detective, you are wearing a suit as your uniform?
Yes.
Do you get body worn camera?
No, we do not.
Why not?
That is simply only assigned to road officers.
Showing defense counsel has been pre-marked for identification purposes as states to ease. Yeah.
I thought anybody conducting business.
The video that we played is about an hour and a half long. Just be prepared. If you need to take a coffee break in the middle of that hour and a half, you can do so. You all just raise your hand. Just so you know what's coming after this is now. Okay, so do that.
All right, here.
I'm sorry, real quick, if you move this evidence, I just have to remark it.
Statements of evidence with pre-marked for identification purposes is 2E.
State exhibit 2E, marked identification, now becomes state exhibit 28. Go.
Thank you. That has to be set on the record before you walk. All right, you can go back inside of the.
I like her blouse. It's very pretty. I'd like a dress like that.
Sorry, hold on.
Oh, you must be breaking again.
Thank you. No, I don't.
I have a hard time understanding that judge, so maybe they called it a day because they're not live anymore. Yeah, they're not live anymore. I don't think so. Let me see. I still see people. Let me check my phone. Oh, they are live. I guess we have to wait. Well, I'd speeded them up because they were just talking so slow. Like, my God. Because I thought they were going to do closing arguments today. So I guess we wait. We wait for them to come back. And it was day 3. I did have the right day down. My goodness. Sometimes. I'll tell you what, that COVID really attacked my thinking. I definitely have a hard time. Definitely have a hard time with the concentration. Yep.
Size to be redacted, have been redacted.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
And you said that it's an hour and 30 plus minutes long or an hour and 20 plus minutes?
Hour 32.
Right, and at certain points, I do intend to stop and ask Detective Moore some follow-up questions, but.
Understood. All right, we state one thing at a time. I'm going to read to the jury 2.2, instruction on edited recording.
All right, the jurors.
I'm going to let this play, y'all. I got to go get myself some water. I'll be back.
All those are accounted for. Right, folks, we're all together, let's have seats. The video that we're going to see that we use as evidence is a video recording. I have to continue an instruction on what you're going to see. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listening to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate relevant portions that will not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen and consider this evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Rubio.
Thank you, Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes.
I just want to briefly pause here at 42 seconds to state 28. We saw Ms. Link enter and she has brown paper bags on her hands. Why?
That is to preserve, because she touched the victim, is to preserve if there was any gunshot residue.
She can change and then put it back away. Anything else? We're gonna take it back for Jimenez, put it on. And we want to keep close on the blood, check that shit on the shirt. And you do this shit. If there's no blood on the shorts, then I gotta see, but I want to keep it on the. Can we send her that to two pictures? Listen to my instructions. Just give me a second, I'll take a photo. Okay, very simple. You're not going to address the front. I'm not like, you're why did you have to make sure that you got ready for Daisy? I'm taking a picture of you, because you have to let over here, you have videos. Everything is here. And I can see the class and the. We're gonna take pictures. These are dead. Just up into your hands.
Oh gosh, you guys, I didn't know I was muted the whole
So
time.
you can have not let it go down.
Sorry.
I want you to sit here and hold it for one.
So what confuses me is why all of a sudden they want to show the TV. They didn't show any of it through the whole trial, but when she's getting her photos and stuff taken at the police station. That's odd. All right, back on.
Okay, we look towards this way. This side profile view. And then just look the opposite way. Look straight ahead. And you can face the wall. Okay, you can face me. Aside from that, but I see where you have some kind of mark here. Do you have any other mark anywhere? Do you know? Okay, I see no, just the lower. Yeah.
I'm up and down with that volume. It's like they can't get it together.
hard time. That bruise that you have there, you can just lift it. It's a little black since I told you this was a couple days ago. And when I was in the shop, it's always my hand. That's fine. It's trying to make it seem like what they would have or something.
No, so that
I
next page you want. Because you've been on our care, correct? You've been in our care, right? So there's no confusion later on down the line, where take pictures of the injuries you already have. So later on, someone doesn't say that they were caused while they were in our care. That's the only reason, no one's implying anything at all. Okay? No one has implied anything, that is the reason why we're doing this, okay?
So aside from that, is there any other, do you have any other injuries that you know? No worries, no worries. Do me a favor, just put your hands together like this. And then just put them together like this. There we go. Can you take a deep breath? And 40.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to use the bathroom and I needed coffee. This is my partner, Joe. Did you meet him already?
No, I said, I know that you said in that video, well, let me ask you this, to be clear, that's you.
Yes,
And you said this is my partner, Joe. Is that Joe Cruz that we were talking about earlier?
yes,
The lead detective in this case?
yes.
Thank you.
You know, he wants to be all that.
I'm sorry, you're going through it. I'm sorry. Bear with me, we just need all the care information, information. Kids, take your time, you not rush anything. Okay? I know that it's a lot right now for you.
Like I told you earlier,
Your sister, your sister.
your kids are with your family, and you're gonna take care of them all.
You guys have 2 kids together, right? It was your first kid's name, Pedro. What's his last name? Jimenez. Junior? Yeah. How old is Pedro? He was 7. What's his date of birth? 14. And you said that you guys another son? Yeah. Zero. MIA?
Detective, the 911 call that we listened to earlier, which I believe is State Exhibit 1, in that, whoever the person who made that phone call, they said that the victim.
Does anyone else live with you guys? Yes, you guys.
So just manage it, always over, always around. Becomes only 4 days, 5 days out of the month.
And how long have you guys lived in that address for?
5 days. So you work so long? Okay, maybe stay home, maybe stay home, maybe quit my job, and stay home with the kid, my son is ADHD, and none of his eyes, so.
Where did you work at before you did that?
Logistics right there.
Logistics coordinator? Oh, wow, so you're good, what? For what company?
For Silver.
Silver Base?
So I just work at a shipment in the United States.
Oh, wow. That's in Texas?
Silver, yeah, state, yeah.
And how long did you look at your ship work at, that's it?
Yeah.
How long have you worked there for?
3 years, 4 years.
What high school did you go to?
Okay.
Really? What year did you graduate?
17, 16.
Oh,
Something college.
so you left Southgate? Did, you go to Southgate too?
I used to, he did.
Yeah. Where did you guys meet?
Taking up the 2017 with the Perman, and then he joined me out. And then,
Well, at least he's being remorseful. I mean,
Hold it to that, right? Hold it to that. I wanna make you relive that situation over and over again, okay? Where did you guys live before you guys moved to this house? 5 years ago, where did you live?
you can't remember the address of the house and the street.
Across the road, Mark? Was there a home to as well, of course? Okay. And he's always been a trucker? How long has he been a trucker for?
About 3 years.
Detective, you just asked the question before you both lived at the address. Who are you referring to?
Miss Link and the victim.
Did Miss Link deny living with the victim,
No,
that the victim lived there?
no.
And what did you do before that?
Last 3 years, drugs and stuff like that. I don't have time to get his license, like, really. Started taking a toll on his body, working with some of it.
Yeah, construction site, job.
I just want to just stay there. I wasn't feeling no more.
That bring attention to me. So, there is some stuff that's Yeah, what? I'm gonna.
Before we move on, Detective, you asked a bunch of questions about the defendant's children, where her and the victim lived, a couple other things, how they met, things like that. Why were you asking?
Love you.
Those are preliminary questions that we ask.
Is there any specific reason to get some background information or anything?
Oh
Background
gosh, I was
information is
on.
well to know, at that point, we were aware that the children were in the residence at the time of this incident, and that's something that we need to document.
Thank you.
She's sitting there thinking, where did I F up? Where did it go wrong? I know I would be. God, even the sniffles are loud.
Let me just skip a little bit ahead.
Even the sniffles are like overly loud. It's like she was just sitting there thinking about where it all went wrong.
And we're gonna go over your rights again. And of course, we have to talk to the friend what your rights again, and your rights again, okay? So in the same form, I'll read it to you again. And then we'll go from there, okay?
We all know why she's sniffling. And she's probably thinking, God, if I wouldn't have done this, I could have been doing some rails right now. Oh, she's hurting. Her body's hurting because she doesn't have that. If she's been doing it all night, it's too bad. Should have been thinking about her children. I think just, oh, oh, I forgot we were live. I can't fast forward.
Detective, we just heard the defendant whisper to herself, "I killed him, I loved him so much." At that point in time, had the defendant made a confession of killing Pedro
No, you can't hear it.
No.
to any detectives?
No.
Would it be fair to say that is the first time the defendant ever admitted to killing the victim?
Yes.
Alright. Okay, so a few minutes ago, you knocked on the door and said you wanted to talk. Okay, so. And we're gonna go over your rights again. And we're supposed to be talking, we're gonna go over your rights again, and then I'm gonna go over your rights again, okay? So in the same form, I'll read it to you again. And we'll go over there, okay? Okay, so. If you're asking any questions, you must understand the following rights. You have a right to remain silent, and you do not have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions if you understand this right. Should you talk to me, anything which you might say may be introduced into evidence in court. Okay? You understand? If you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you are entitled to have a lawyer present. Do you understand that right? If you cannot afford to pay a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want one. Do you understand that right? Knowing these rights, are you willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present? This statement is signed of my own free will without any
Ever have
threats
to
or
speak to the
promises having
police,
any
you always say you
effect.
want a lawyer.
You're gonna sign right here. And the date is 6/25/22, and it is 4/22 again. I want to verify your phone number. What is your cell number? And you have that with what carrier? And what kind of phone do you have? An Android.
You ain't gotta worry about that phone.
And your phone? Someone else uses it besides you? Okay. When, just to clarify something, when we went downstairs to do the fingerprinting, you told me that you didn't mean to do it, that you were just trying to scare him. What did you mean by that? Who were you speaking about? Okay, Pedro. And what did you mean by you didn't mean to do it? Just wanted to stop hitting me. So I grabbed the gun and I shot it, but I didn't. Ain't like nothing in the music. I just wanted to scare him, but to scare him away. So let's rewind a little bit. Okay. How long have you been paid for? Last month, made 9 years. Last month made 9 years? Okay. And both of your kids are his? Yeah. What was your relationship like?
Didn't seem like the relationship was real good.
I couldn't have any social media, I couldn't have anything. I was isolated for a very long time. Why were you isolated for a long time? I was very I didn't have friends, I had to stay in the house all the time. I talked to anybody, except my mom, maybe. I tried to leave before, but all I did was be private about everything.
And what's your relationship with him always like that?
You know, not at first. He's a different person when he's on drugs. Every time he would come home before, it was always that because he was with him every day, you know, when you work here. But when he would come back after 3 weeks or a month, he would be anywhere from like 4 to 7 days. And he would just get strung out the whole 7 days on cocaine.
Did he use anything else?
Cocaine, marijuana, butter. That I don't know what it is. And he just didn't, he was a big drinker. I guess the more money we began to get, more drugs he started doing every time he would come home. He couldn't find an ounce of cocaine, he said he hid in the house. I never seen it.
When did he say that?
This was the day that he hit me in my head like 5 or 6 times with a gun. Like 4 or 5 days ago.
Did you report that? You were in the hospital.
I was in the hospital, but they started asking me a lot of questions. I got scared.
You know, that's crazy.
I went to the hospital.
She's asking her about if she's reported previous altercations with her husband, but we all know the answer. Of course she didn't. Why? Because she didn't want retaliation. I'm sure of it. I mean, I've been through this. I didn't take it this far. I mean, I left. I barely made it out of there. But of course, I've called the cops on him a few times. But
Detective, briefly, I just want to back up from the statement. We heard Ms. Link say that Pedro did not let her have social media. Is Facebook social media?
Yes,
TikTok?
yes,
Instagram?
yes.
Thank you.
I actually wanted to sit out there and they tried out, they certainly have a more eyes and family friend.
Did they register you or did they get your
you know, that's not out of the norm. My ex-husband wouldn't let me have any type of social media. And if it was, he was on the account too. We had to share.
What hospital is it? You said a couple days ago, you remember what day?
My mom flew down the very next day, I say 3 days ago. She flew down to try to arrest because I wouldn't do it. She even said, "Take some paper," she told me, "Take some paper, see you."
And where were you when he hit you in the head?
I was at my cousin David, and he had David too.
At the house, at your house? What's David's last name?
Correct.
Do you know his, date of birth?
No.
Okay, he's a white man?
He started when he's Puerto Rican.
Okay. Do you know where he lives?
Not exactly, he usually comes down. That was the first time he's ever been around, so he's seen since we were kids.
And he's your cousin?
I'm one of their, my mom's brother's son.
And where did he hit him with the gun?
His face, he was trying to push him off me, and they turned back and he hit up the gun.
And David didn't report either?
No.
How old is David?
David was probably about, let's see, maybe 29, maybe 30.
This house that you live in now, where, how long have you lived there for?
5 years.
5 years? Walk me through yesterday, Friday, so today's Saturday, Friday. What was going on with you guys yesterday? Let's start from the morning. Has he been, well, because I know you told me that he travels a lot with his job.
Yeah.
Okay, how long has he been home?
He was supposed to leave tomorrow. He was here for 7 days. Because he did the one. He was supposed to leave tomorrow on Sunday.
So when did he get back from his last work coming out there? When did he get back? Last Tuesday? Okay, so today is the,
Yes, I thought that how long I since. He thought I was taking him.
so he got back last Tuesday. So he's been here about a week already.
Was he?
When he got back, he was staying with you, I think?
But I think when he comes back now, he'll working for whatever reason. Create literally fabrication in his head and actually believe it.
I just noticed that she got a lot of those tattoos while she's been in jail because she don't have them on her hands now. So do they have like tattoo guns in jail or what? I only been to jail one time, and that was for like 11 hours, and that was the worst 11 hours of my life. They wouldn't give me a fan. They wouldn't. I had sink water, and I asked for ice. The cop told me it wasn't the Hilton. The TV didn't work. Oh, it was terrible. I never went back.
He would believe he had a severe mental disorder. I know he did. I know he did. Nobody normal would do shit like that. Nobody normal would make stuff up in their head and actually believe it. What do you make up? What do you mean by that? He would tell me how all of the sweat and cheating on him. Or on a fucking warrior, I know. Cheating on him. Oh yeah, I know that you've been taking naked pictures of yourself. Bullshit stuff. And he would just continuously say it over and over again. He'll be back and be like, yeah, sending these fucking niggas pictures and shit. Hey, I'm super bitchy, I know what you're doing. I know, like, you could genuinely tell he did believe the shit he was saying. You could tell he did. So he would just leave sometimes, take his truck to his dad's house. And then he would have maybe his friends pick him up from there. And then if I was the bars, do whatever he was doing. One of the nights he told out to come home. 1 in the morning, and whenever he would go home. So that's what he would say if he was staying with you? That's where he would always go to, yeah. That's where I used to go to school all the time. Okay, so family history. Who was the other day? He was with his friend. He was with his friend's house. Okay, and then I remember I drove by the fence to my sister's house and my mom. Do you remember what time that was? I don't know, 5. In the afternoon in the morning? Afternoon. My mom flew down, so she went to the cement and my sister, my mom takes care of my sister's kids. Like, she's really just, she's really good. She's a go see it. And we went over there, and just talking, shit like that. We were supposed to do a barbecue in my house there with all my sisters and stuff. Then after that, I went home, I had to go home. I didn't know I went home. And then it was about maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. And then he said, at this point, you were home alone with the kids? Who was home? Okay, and what were the kids? The kids were, everybody else. So you and your mom and the 2 kids home? After that, I went and I picked them up. Well, where did you pick them up from? Friend's house. Do you know the address? No. I just know it's, well, I'm the street behind Homestead now. Sorry, I don't know the precise address. And what's his friend's name there? Manriquez. Manriquez? Manriquez. Do you know his spell? I think I'm paying him. R-I-Q-U-E-Z, I believe. Is he white or black? He is white, he is fine. Okay, and how did you know to pick him up from there? it was him, I mean, the brother, and a couple of other, when I see that group of people, the group of boys there, I'm going to forget.
But where did you see them with these people?
At their house, well, first they came to my house,
Okay.
and then they went to their house.
Why did they come to your house?
I guess he was getting blood, I don't know.
So he was home, I don't want to say your house then, because some of you were home with the kid and your mom.
Yeah, that was when I got back.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And then after that, when I went back, when I go a little bit to get it up, he's coming down on the back, and it was just falling.
Did he ask you to pick him up, or you decided to go pick him up?
I decided to go.
Okay.
Wasn't an issue. I picked him up, he was going back, okay, and I'm not again. He was one. He took it on the side, so I went inside. And he said, oh, I'm coming. He jumped up his ass. And then you could see he had like coat bags on and stuff.
When you got there, how did you tell him to come outside?
His friend, I think he normally leaves it outside. I went and I was like, well, where's Pedro at? Oh, he's inside the house. Okay. He was out there. I don't know, I guess it's really the only one I know his name. There's about 5 or 6 of them. I was there. The boy went inside. I waited like maybe 4 or 5 minutes. It's small. It was like mine. There's a lot of traffic goes through there, a lot of people in and out. Worse. So I went and opened the door of the house. And then finally I could see him coming out of the hallway, with the coat bag. What? I'm coming. Jeez. I was getting something from weekend. You can see I had a coat bag. And that's when the fun started. My mom ended up getting back to my sister's house because she was so dating when she was in the house.
What do you mean by the fun started? So you took him up from the house, what happened after you took him up, what do you guys do now?
Yes, he came to his car, it's weird.
Which store did you go to?
Has to be one of the two, there's only 2 stores I ever go to. They're both on one is Richard and so one side is right behind one side is not ready to go to the plaza.
On 187 Avenue, what, Rizzo, 187 or 182?
187.
187 Avenue, the shopping center, by 317th Street. It's past Campbell Drive. Yes.
Either there or.
Okay, I'm gonna let this play. My doggy needs to go outside, but I'll be on my phone, okay?
And when you guys were driving, are you talking about anything? What are you talking about?
I did shoot on him.
Okay.
You really 100% certain. Friend told him, I know him. I stopped talking to the guy and everything I know. Nothing serious like that at all. Tried to see him, no. And since he came back, same conversation we had over and over again. Do I get something to see him back? told me. But you really listen, I understand, I completely understand.
We're not here to judge on that, so don't worry. You don't need to explain to us why you cheated or what you did.
It's something that's human. Okay, it's human and it's okay, it's fine. As women, we get really, you're home with your kids all the time, raising two kids by yourself is always down the road.
I can't on social media, I can't talk to anybody, I can't even talk to my cousins. The only reason why
So again, Detective, we just heard Ms. Link say she wasn't allowed to have social media. Is that
Yes.
correct? Facebook is social media,
Yes.
TikTok is social media,
Yes.
TikTok is social media,
Yes.
Instagram is social media.
Yes.
Thank you.
he's very good at that too. I don't think he would have did it if he didn't see my cousin there. Maybe he doesn't think my cousins are my cousins. I don't know. These are actually my blood cousins.
So I think you're talking about, he's saying all this shit to you, he's telling you, about you cheating on us, that's what he's talking to you about. At this point, how are you feeling? Are you sad, are you angry, like, how are you feeling, what are you feeling, so he's telling you those stuff. So you're gonna tell him no, that you didn't cheat, basically, that's the way that you stuck with. Okay.
I know that's the house. My mom's sitting outside. My mom he said funny shit to me over and over. He talking shit about me to my mom. You know? Then he would leave me running around. Entire day, just eating. I guess what my mom is not there. He's only here for a couple of days. I feel so bad. Because maybe it would have been a difference. He would have still been on drugs, but maybe I felt like shit, you know? He could have been at home. He could be in bed, he could be laid down. He doesn't get home that much. And it's so bad. So at this point, you get.
We just heard the defendant say he doesn't get to be home that much. To the best of your knowledge, is she referring to that 1237 address?
Speculation.
You're in that right. Because the whole time, since he got back, that's all it's been. I felt so bad. I felt like shit. Even when he was in Jimenez with the line and everything, to go the first and the second day he came back. He was broke, pretty much. He was all out and shot and drugs and stay with one. I had time, and I didn't have the back of the city to go to my house, to the 5-6 blocks down. I'm back to the whole day, the night pretty much. What was that? This was the night I called the police actually came. And I said, hospital blood, got away.
me ahead of the gun. He came and you could just hear him banging on the door. He banged on the door. I definitely knew you were talking about. No, apparently he came out for the city, but he's acting sporadic as fuck. And that's, he tried to attack first David. I pushed David back and I got in front of him and that's when he started hitting me, he started punching me, he started coming through, so my arms and everything. He started hitting me in the back of my head. And then I just know that he grabbed his gun on top of the china cabinet, and then I ran outside. He grabbed me by my hair and just started hitting me over the door on my head. He's like, you know that? I just felt bad. It was nothing but chaos and fucking havoc since he got back. I tried to make excuses for him. I still would, if he was here. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him. Because he was right. But I didn't shoot him because I wanted to shoot him. I just shot the fucking gun so he could leave him. I didn't think it was him. Let's go back a little bit. You said that you grabbed the gun from on top of the china cabinet. No, okay, was that gun always there? He always had it there. Okay. He always had it there, and he can probably take it with him over the road. So when he was out on the road working, where was the gun? The truck. Okay. And then when he was home, the gun would be where? He put it on top of the china cabinet or in my kitchen. The cabinets are way on top. Okay. So Friday, you guys are arguing. Yesterday, you guys are arguing. When you come back, you come back home, you guys are arguing. Around what time is that? You remember? Like 10 11. Okay. And what happens? What continues to happen? How does the night continue to progress? 1 minute it's okay, the next minute going back to the over again. Like it was. We'll be talking about something, we'll be laughing, and doing it more, and then it flips back on again. And everyone inside, taking my bottle, and he would get so angry with you, he would just walk, and I don't know where you go, I don't know where you go. But he would come back maybe 20, 10 minutes later, do the same shit. And then my mom finally, by 4 o'clock, she just got tired. She called my sister, she called Jason, her boyfriend, will pick her up. And she said, I'm getting tired of shit. So, she left. I told her to leave me. What happened after she left? You can see he kept coming back over and over again, like almost like because you can see on the cameras, I can see only certain glimpses of him coming back, circling now. You have cameras? No front. Okay. I didn't catch what happened because it wasn't back. Okay, so nothing that happened would be on camera. The only thing that I probably could see is just little glimpses of him coming through the camera. That's why I figured he was, it would be like 5 minutes and I'm looking through and I'm like, where the fuck is he going? Where is he coming from? Why is he passing but he's not coming inside? So finally I was sitting outside and
I had a gun. At what point did you grab a gun? I grabbed a gun and I sat outside with it to smoke a cigarette. Because it became, maybe when I hit me, if he saw that I had it, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I never fucking grabbed a gun like that ever. Guy gets to a certain point where seeing me circling in the house where he was, you have to be pretty paranoid. You have to be really scared. So I was outside, and I just had the gun there next to me. Where next to you? Just, I was sitting on the porch, and I had a nice place on the stairs, so just sitting on the stairs. And finally I could see the shadow in the back, I could see it in the corner I had where the girl is. And he started talking shit again. Seemed over and over again. And then finally, I knocked, the gun is still there. I stood up and I was like, I told you, partially, not all of it. You were right about the name Alex. But I wasn't doing anything with it. I got scared because, and I stopped talking what we do because apparently he was fucking up all like 4 girls in total. Making us all think that they kind of want to be with us and shit. One of the girls in particular was one of Pedro's friends from holding on now. I get. So, fast forward, I got that shit off with the kid and everything. But it's not like that. It was not like that. He was just using me to piss off Dora. He was an asshole. She called him when she found out when she was walking. She called him like 5 times on Facebook. And that's it. So then I started talking to her. And then, we hashed it out. I didn't know about you at all. I'm sorry. I begged her to please don't tell him. Please, she didn't, she didn't tell him. Supposedly she told me she didn't tell him. But when I said that, he was also, when I told him, it was at 11 nighttime, he was just using me to piss off Dora. He fucking exploded. I was like, you were fucking Dora's man. You were fucking Dora's man. That's the fuck we were doing. That's why she called me that. He was screaming, ballistic, screaming. And I started getting scared. The look in his eyes, you can see, he has a look, something with his eyes, when he gets really fucked up on cocaine. You can see it. He's not the same person anymore. What was he wearing when you guys brought him? What clothes did he have? He had a black, I believe it was a black shirt with a tank top, but I ripped it off him. So I could put trying to get under the leg right now. Well, hold on to that. I just want to know what he was wearing. I think he was wearing. He had a pair of cargo pants on. I can't remember what color they were. I think maybe black cargo. Did he have anything in his hands? Yeah, like, do you have anything in his hands? No.
Okay, I'm back, yeah.
And so now you guys continue to argue. Well, he's yelling. This morning, and I'm telling you, I'm done just pushing calm down. But that's when he pushed me back and I fell to the floor. I know that he grabbed me by my hair. I was running to the stairs and he just leaned over and grabbed the gun. And he let me go because I had the gun in my hand and he just, he turned around. He tried to take off, and he was like, they were locked me in the house. He started running, and I just shot to try to prevent him from going inside the house.
Where was he standing?
When I shot him,
Yes.
I was with that. I was
Okay.
So,
Tell me where your house is.
so you see on my house on the other side of the street. Alright, so I have the porch here, the stairs. So at this point, I'm right here. I grab it.
Okay.
This is the end of the house, for the white marble.
Okay, so this would be the front of the house,
This is the back of the house.
and this is the front.
This is the front of the house. This is the back of the house. Because the house is not a
Okay, so you're saying, so this is the door to your duplex, and then this was the door to the other duplex.
This is, okay.
What's in the street?
Yeah.
The street.
So that's the street.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. I see what you're saying now. Okay.
So I'm in the front, I'm in the back of the house, because that's usually where I consider the front, that's usually where I'm going now.
Okay.
So by that time, I remember once he started taking off, he started running this way. And he said that he was going to run the house to lock me out. Cause he could sleep outside, bitch. So I ran here, I was right here, and saw him right here. And I just shot. I didn't even hit him. I don't even know how I hit him. I didn't even aim at him like that. I just shot it so he could hear the boom and make me scared and run away. The neighbors are asleep in the house. I'm tired of being locked outside. I'm tired of this shit.
So as he's running away from you, that's when you shoot.
Cause he's running to go home to in the house. Cause he's running to go in the house and out the doors.
What happens now after you shoot him? What happens?
He was still running. He ran. He didn't go in the house. He ran. Running the house in the front and right here. He was running kind of like on their porch.
Okay.
And I don't know where he went after that. So I went, I was looking, I walked to the front, I was looking, and I couldn't find him. So then I went back in the car.
While you're walking to the car, are you on the phone with anybody? Are you talking to anybody?
No.
Okay, so you're not talking to anybody?
No.
As you're walking?
No.
Okay, where's the gun at this point?
I threw it.
So as you're walking by your house, where did you throw the gun? Okay.
As I went to look over and I'm walking, I slowly go to the tree. And I started jumping. And then, because I could hear him, when I know I heard him, I thought maybe he was lying at first, but I go, ah! And like, he was running. I thought he was fucking around, I don't know. But I kind of got scared. So I walked to the front and I couldn't see the gun, so I came back, I got in the car and I drove around all the way to the back out. It was the first time I couldn't find him.
So we just heard Ms. Lang say she threw the gun to the tree. Did she give you any more specifics about the tree?
Yes, it was a tree that was directly by their door to their house.
Did she tell you that, or she tell you the tree?
She said the tree, but when she pointed at the paper, it was directly in front of one of their doors.
Okay, did you, at this point in time, I can see both yourself and Detective Cruz in here, were you letting canine officers know where to search?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I sat on the porch and I could hear nobody. I
I got back in the car and he drove all the way around again, and that's where I see him laying there. And I went to him, he full of blood, he was like, call 911 now, baby, call 911. So I went and called, and I'm on the phone with her. I just started ripping off his shirt to attack him. I was like, what did you tell the 911 operator? It's one that they found that there was a guy in the alley that he was like, he shot. I tried to make it seem like it wasn't me, it was a random person. Why? I got scared. Everybody was scared. There was a lot of blood, and he was dazing in and out already. I tried to save him.
Well, I guess she did have some of the tattoos. But he had to look at that before they even admitted came. You were there when the ambulance arrived? I wasn't there when the ambulance arrived. The officer said we beat him, but I think I was there. I think it was.
On back of this, when you called K9 to find the gun, do you know if they had already found it?
At the time that we notified, I don't know if they had found it. We
Okay.
just notified everyone on scene where the gun was thrown.
Okay, thank you.
Because I told her, and I remember before I walked away, I kept asking the officers if he was breathing, and they said, yeah, I said, yeah. But when the ambulance got there, because you could see him pumping his heart, and they asked him, is he breathing? And I said, no. After you shot him, you walked in front of the house, correct? Yeah. I don't say anything. Say anything to them, you say anything out loud. I said, where are you going? Where are you at? Did you really get hit? I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. That's what you said? Yeah. And that's when I got out of the car. That's when I got out of the car and I started looking for him. You got in the car, was it before or after you said that? I got into the car. I knew the gun as soon as I walked into the front of it. Because in case anybody were to come, the police were gonna come because of the man. That's why I threw it. I didn't think I hit him. I didn't throw it tonight because he said it after the fact. This was before anything. I threw it because in case the police came from here, not a shot. Or the neighbors called because it was right there, you can hear it right there. With a duplex inside. After I threw it and I started to look for him. The first time, he must have still cut into the yards. I couldn't find him.
Once you got to him when he was on the ground and you found him, was he on the ground? Was he still
He was on the ground already.
Okay,
I pulled up to him maybe, and
okay. And once he's on the ground, did you take anything from him?
I know I tried to initially get the belt off. So I started taking stuff out of his pocket, his phone and stuff out of his pocket, so I could take the belt. And try to see where exactly it was because he had the phone covering up, I couldn't find where it was at. So I took out his phone. I think he had like some money in his shoe, a little full of blood, and I put it, I know I put it in my car after the police came. But that's not, I was thinking too long to take the belt off. So I went and just purchased it up.
So you put stuff in your car?
In the rental, yeah, the police came.
What else did you put in the car?
It was just his phone it was like maybe like a bloody $10 or something like that. I just needed to get his phone out of the way so I could find, I guess his phone was literally right there where the wound was, so I couldn't get it, and the belt was too tight, it was over the phone. So I took the phone out of the pocket trying to get the belt off. And then it happened.
Are you sure he had a belt?
Yeah, he has a belt, yeah. Because it was holding the phone down, he had a belt on.
What if I tell you he didn't have a belt?
He has to have a belt on. Unless he has to have it. He has to have it on. Because something was holding the phone, unless the parents were just that tight. He has to have the belt on because something was holding the phone tight as hell.
Do you physically remember seeing a belt?
Now that you're saying, oh my God, I can't remember. But even earlier today, I gave him the belt and everything, so he has to have it on. If not, so either the legs were tight, I don't know. But
So you put his money and his phone, you put it in the car?
yeah, he still has stuff in his pockets and other pockets and stuff too.
At what point do you put all of it in the car, before or after the cops arrived? They were there already though?
The cops were there, and that's when I started screaming because the guy said he was breathing. So that way my car was on the whole time. The car was on, so that officer came and he tried to tell me to go walk out of the house. Come, like this to calm me down. So I went, I put the stuff in the seat of the car, I turned the car off, and I got the keys and I went with the officer. But he still had other stuff in his pockets too, I don't know what the hell it was. But my only concern was really to move the phone out of the way.
Why?
To find out to see where I couldn't see a little bit anywhere. It had to have been where the phone was.
What was the phone?
The phone was like right here, like on his pockets, in the pockets, but it was so tight. It was tight in his pants, like I literally had to dig it out to get it out of the way. And that's where I seen where the wound was. And maybe I was looking for it to see if he had a belt on. Maybe. But it ended up being his shirt that was off again. I ripped the shirt off, and then that's when I tied it around his leg trying to stop the bleeding. He died.
The gun that you shot him with by the house. Are you familiar with guns?
No.
Okay, you know when you shoot a gun, there's a casing
Okay.
that gets ejected from the gun.
Hmm.
Did you pick it up? you're saying that you shot him by, where was it, on this side, right over the porch?
My back porch is right here.
Okay, and this is the front.
Yeah, right here, should be where it's at. This is the front, this is the back, this is the neighbor's side. So the little white lines, it should be like right here. On the edge of the property, on the edge of the house.
Right before you, and this is the street.
Yeah.
So this is the street. When we come in, there's a tree here, right? Is that the tree? Where the gun was thrown? Okay, you shot him on this side of the house then?
Yeah.
You didn't shoot him on this side of the house?
No.
Okay, and after you shoot him, what way do you walk?
Because he's running around saying he's gonna go to the front door.
So you go that way, and then after you go that way, where do you continue to walk?
After I'm right here, and I shoot him, he runs this way, so I'm walking this way. So but I see people from one side, I see that he kind of stays in the grass towards the front part of the porch, and started running to there.
Where are your cameras in that?
My cameras are right here, facing the street.
Okay. I need to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, okay? Is that okay? Do you want anything? I'm off. Okay. Where did this pistol get hurt?
Man, I'm running off.
Okay, so just to clarify this, so this is the street, this is 14th Street, right? This is the neighbor's house, and there's this in between, and this is your house, right? Okay, and you're telling me that the shooting did not occur in between here? Okay, what did I tell you that you're lying right now?
Fear bullshit.
I'm bullshit?
I know where I was.
Okay, that's nice. What did I tell you that I have somebody that told me shooting happened? No?
Detective, a moment ago, we heard Ms. Lincoln say that she had to remove some items because the defendant's pants were so tight. Permission to publish states 12. I want to show you what is in evidence as states composite 12, which is 7 of 15. You just take a look at the shorts in that photograph. What kind of shorts do those appear to be?
Basketball shorts?
And would you agree with me that basketball shorts are not so tight fitting?
Yes.
Same.
What did I tell you that I have you on camera? Okay, and I'll quote exactly what you say on camera. So you know that I'm not bullshitting. Other than I'm not bullshit, as you said. Okay, I'm not gonna feel like arguing, you'll be fine. That was 10 minutes prior to you calling the police. And you're walking with a gun in your hand. You walk towards back to inside your house. You walk back out with the gun still in your hand again. Then you walk by the tree.
I shot him right here. I shot him. I'm saying
Okay? Listen, I'm not here to play games.
No,
Okay, listen, I don't need to sit here and listen to Lysine. I don't, because quite frankly, there's a lot already that's telling me what we did. You think that I'm in here full of shit? You think that I'm in here bullshitting you? I'm telling you right now that I'm not. Okay?
yeah, I was angry.
Okay? You didn't shoot him and drop the gun right away. That didn't happen. Because you were facing with the gun still in your hand. Okay? You move your car. You go around to find him.
So I still have to jump when I got in the car.
You tell me. I shouldn't have to tell you what you did. You should be able to tell me what you did without lying.
There's bits and pieces in one thing. I don't even remember saying that. I don't remember saying that at all. But I know that I shot him right here. And he was right here, and that's when he went that way. I know exactly where he was, I didn't shoot him in the house.
How far away were you from him when you shot?
If you're looking, he was about right here, by the corner. And I'm right here.
So you were standing on the opposite side of the house when you fired? And was he near anything?
And there's nothing right there, like, except for chairs, maybe another tree that we're gonna find him.
When he was by a tree?
There's another, like, bush. There's like right here. The tree with a bush and a tree and a thing. It was like, maybe the someone that was next to him, that would have been next to him, I believe. Because I know it was right here.
Okay, so he's trying to get away from you at this point then.
He's trying to run the house. So, like, you know.
At this point where you're standing with the gun, aiming at him, as he's running away from you,
No, I'm not aiming at it.
where are you aiming the gun at?
Because the gun was just in my hand.
Okay,
It was down, and then once he said, oh, you're gonna sleep outside tonight, bitch. That's when I literally just lifted it up and I just cocked it, and I shot it. It was already cocked and everything. I shot it.
And he's running or walking away from you?
He was running into the house. He was trying to run into the house. He's not running away from me. He was running into the house to lock me out.
Okay, did you physically see him run inside the house?
No.
Okay, you're telling me this, right? You're here. He's here, right?
I'm not here to run out.
Okay, and he's here.
Yeah.
Where is your front door? Where is your front door?
The front door is right here.
Okay, from here to here, he's running away from you.
He's running into the house.
The door's here.
Yeah, it's in the house.
Okay, so let's,
I don't know what the fuck this is. I know exactly what it is.
alright, so,
Today he was doing something else. He wasn't, I know exactly what the fuck it was doing. They told me it was doing, where he was going, and exactly what he was gonna do. And he was gonna go outside as many times as I have. And when you see the shit that he's done to me, and the shit I've gone through, that I know he's able to do it, I know exactly what the fuck he was gonna do. Exactly what he said he was gonna do. He was not running away from it.
Well, what happened to the volume?
you come this way. When you, after you shoot him, and you walk around this way, and you come this way, what do you do when you come back this way, you come this way? Before you walk back over here to the gun? Did you go back inside the house?
I don't remember. I don't even remember. I know this morning, from what I can recall, that I went this way. I thought I took the gun as soon as I did it.
You didn't.
And I walked onto the sidewalk, and I started calling out for him. So I knew that I was taken to the hospital, but that should be on them too. So go back around here.
How long would that take you to get back to the moment next?
It's hard, literally, right, it was not even a minute, 2 minutes behind each other when I got back, I don't know, I flew in right now.
So just go back, so you fire, right? You get in the car, you search, you stop, you get back in seconds after. How long do you think that was?
Between two times.
Yeah. From the moment they first fired.
I'm gonna say, when I found him, maybe, from my fired is when I found him,
Yeah.
I say 5 or 6 times. Maybe. 5 or 6 times. It wasn't long after at all.
After you fired, did you notice that he was bleeding?
No. I heard him like it wasn't even a scream, it was like, ah! It wasn't a scream like how you normally hear a scream, no. I thought he was fucking around at first. But I wasn't sure if I hit him or not. But when I saw him laying there, no blood everywhere, I thought maybe his arm, somewhere, maybe at the bottom of his leg or something.
Do you know where you were shot? Did you hear the scene where you were shot?
Yeah, when I did the turn around.
Where? What's the shot?
I found him right there, on the side. His upper thigh.
When you got that point on your leg where you got shot?
I really hear it. Am I wrong?
It was lower. That's what I was a little confused when you said about the phone thing, because it wasn't my word, it's my word.
His side is kind of. He was laying on the floor. Well, maybe his parents turned sideways, I don't know, so. The phone was over, it was definitely over, it was overflow. And, I don't know, it was so little bit, if I'm not mistaken, it was right here. I think it was there. I thought it would have been somewhere else, maybe to the grave, maybe some flesh wound or something. When I saw him laying there, I didn't think at all. But that's what it was.
At any point, did you try to put the gun inside your house?
I don't think so. No.
So, at what point did you know that you actually shot him? At what point?
I saw him there.
When you saw him? So, why, if you're telling me that you knew you hit him when he was on the floor, then why did you say when you said on camera about hitting his artery? And then you'll be lying.
Tell me shit, I don't think that he actually did it.
So you were just talking shit when you said that?
Yeah, I didn't really think I hit him at all.
So you remember saying that?
No, I don't. I'm saying if I did, how you talking shit? I was mad as fuck. Okay, you already fucking tried to beat the shit out of me to back to the house again. Locked me out of my fucking house. My kids are asleep. I'm tired of this shit. I was mad as fuck. I'm not saying I didn't say it, I probably did. But it wasn't literally intentional. I really didn't think I hit him at all. I really fucking didn't think I hit him at all. Until I saw him laying there. I don't want anything really was fucked up. I did. There was a little bloody he was.
We'll step out, be right back. If he is, come on in the door, okay?
Detective, was anybody ever arrested for the murder of Pedro Jimenez?
Yes. Daisy Link.
Do you see Daisy Link in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify her by what she is wearing in the courtroom?
Yes, she's wearing, I can't say.
If she is in the courtroom,
She is, I can't
and
say.
if you can stand up.
Floral top.
Can you please be a little bit more descriptive?
Black long hair, floral top, tattoo on her right eyebrow.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions.
So anybody needs a break with them out, otherwise it's cross-examination. Nobody needs a break with it, or to the losses.
Just a point to. No. So, Detective, a little while ago, before we played the interview, if you recall, the state played a couple of videos for you with a similar angle. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a video from the same camera that you saw those two videos a little while ago?
Yes, sir.
And you remember the individuals you saw in that video?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ray. See that man running from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same man that you saw in the videos that were played?
Witness testifying to the evidence that speaks for itself.
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to be the same man that was in the videos that you saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
That woman on the right side who just opened that car door, does that appear to be the same woman that you saw in the videos we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
Before she came on screen, did it seem to you like she was yelling something at the man who just ran across the screen?
Oh,
Yes.
so hold on.
I forgot I can't fast forward. I forgot I speeded it up earlier when they were talking to us.
Questions about this detective and her investigation as it relates to evidence she obtained, and it might be questions regarding this video. But conclusions as to what is in the video and what is said in the video is up to the jury. So in other words, opinions of witnesses as they testify about what is, what isn't, what is said, what isn't said in the video, that is going to be related to this witness, to the sufficiency of her investigation. But ultimately, you all will decide your opinions as to what the evidence has shown and what the evidence has not shown. So with that limitation, we're going to continue with this detective's testimony, but please view her testimony from this limitation instruction. If someone doesn't understand it, let me know. Yeah.
So to read a transcript?
There isn't one available. I know it's long. What was your last name again?
It's more about being clear about what was being said so we can be objective.
Understood. So I can tell you this, it's in evidence, and I know it's long, but you all can take as long as you want to review it, to amplify it, to put it closer to you, things of that nature. So it is available to you at the time that you review it. Okay? I wish I had a transcript. There isn't anything written. But even at the end of the day, let's say the transcript, you all think there's an error in the transcript.
That's really sad. I don't like this judge. If that jury cannot hear what is being said, then she needs to make it to where they can hear it. That's evidence. Wow. Wow. Wow.
The evidence is what's in the video, not necessarily the transcript. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes. Like, isn't there like some kind of app that would transcript like chat?
So
something.
So right now, there isn't one available. Okay? All right. Thank you.
What I don't understand is they're doing, why can't they face the TV for this? They did it for the interrogation. I mean, I'm the 13th juror here. I gotta see too.
Stop it there. So apparently, based on your observation of that, there was some type of interaction, voices were raised, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree that this video that we just observed had to have happened prior to the video where you hear a shot, correct?
Considering the victim was in it, yes.
And would you agree that the car that's there on the right side of the screen was in a different position at the time that the shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
It was facing the opposite way, correct? Car?
I don't recall.
This is moments before the gunshot, correct?
Yes,
Now that we're looking at this video, would you agree that the car is facing the opposite direction?
yes,
Based on the video I showed you before, had you seen that video before during the course of your investigation?
no,
So the video I just showed you where the car is facing the opposite direction, where Mr. Jimenez is running around, you've never seen that video before?
what I can recall, off the top of my head, I remember all the videos. I reviewed multiple videos during the course of the investigation.
Okay, during the course of the investigation, did it ever occur to you, or did you see anything that would corroborate Ms. Link's notion that Pedro Jimenez was running back and forth outside the house and would not leave after being told to leave?
Okay, sorry, so say the question again, one more time. It was very long.
During the course of your investigation,
Okay,
did you see anything that would corroborate the notion that Pedro Jimenez was running around, loitering, stalking outside the house, refusing to leave, and he did that for, and he did so for a lengthy period of time before the ultimate confrontation where a shot was fired?
oh yes, that particular video, he's running away from the residence.
Okay. So he's running around, obviously at some point he came back.
Yes,
And right before the shooting, you heard him screaming there, right?
yes,
Now, we know that when rescue arrived, there was a tourniquet on Mr. Jimenez's leg, correct?
yes,
And Daisylink put that tourniquet on his leg, correct?
Yes,
She's also the person who called 911, correct?
yes,
Now, we just heard her say that she didn't know that he had been shot when we were listening to her statement a few moments ago, correct?
yes,
Okay. So she didn't know that he had been shot at the moment he was shot, and she ultimately discovered him and called 911 roughly, what, 10 minutes later?
yes,
So if she didn't know that he had been shot, is it consistent with her finding out and finding him about 10 minutes later?
Speculation.
Is that consistent?
yes,
So in other words, there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited 10 minutes. I mean,
We're answering based on your investigation.
there's nothing to indicate that she purposely waited to call 911, correct?
correct,
As far as we know, she called 911 as soon as she realized what was happening, that he was shot, right?
yes,
And she took measures to try and help him by putting a tourniquet on his leg, correct?
yes,
Now, you testified earlier that when she was transported to your headquarters, she was not a suspect, but she was an important witness. Did I get that correct?
yes.
Who transported her?
A patrol officer,
Did you know which one?
I do not.
When somebody is not a suspect, what is the procedure as far as transporting them to headquarters? Are you supposed to put them in handcuffs? Are you supposed to, what's the procedure?
If they're being transported in a patrol vehicle, it's a marked patrol vehicle, yes. Procedure is they need to be handcuffed.
Why is it? If they're not a suspect, why is that?
Safety reasons for officers. Anyone riding in the rear seat of a police vehicle needs to be handcuffed, whether you're under arrest or not.
So it's a safety measure
specifically outlined for transport, is that correct?
Inside a patrol vehicle, yes.
Okay. So what is the actual procedure? Are you supposed to put the handcuffs on right before they get in the car, or how does it work?
Prior to putting them inside the vehicle, yes, you handcuff them and then you place them inside the vehicle.
But there's no procedure that mandates that they need to be handcuffed for any period of time prior to the transport or after the transport, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
So am I correct that it would be proper procedure to only, because she was not a suspect at the time, to only place her in cuffs for the transportation, and that's it? The cuffs can be removed once the transportation has been completed,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So, as far as you know, was she not in cuffs prior to the car ride and after the car ride?
By the time I arrived on scene, she was already inside a patrol vehicle. I don't know what happened prior to that.
If she had been held in handcuffs prior to being in the patrol vehicle for an extended amount of time, would that have been incorrect procedure, as far as you know?
I don't know what occurred prior to me arriving. When I arrived, she was already inside a patrol vehicle.
I understand that you weren't there, so I'm not
Okay.
asking you to speculate on what happened. What I'm asking you is, given that you're familiar with the procedure, would it have been incorrect procedure to place her in cuffs and hold her for an extended period of time when she wasn't being transported?
Depends on the circumstances.
Okay, so procedurally, what would be a circumstance where you would handcuff somebody who is not a suspect, who's not being transported?
If somebody is combative and is posing some kind of threat to themselves or others, or acting in a threatening manner, then yes, so they will be placed in handcuffs.
As far as you know, did Ms. Link pose any type of threat to any law enforcement officers who were there before she was transported?
When I arrived on scene, she was inside a patrol vehicle.
Okay, so you don't have any information. You're not aware of anything that she
Exactly.
did which would have justified her being
Sitting
placed
at
in
that
handcuffs
table.
for an extended period of time prior to the transport, correct?
She said she wasn't under arrest.
Before you conducted the interview, what other members of law enforcement had interaction with Ms. Link, if you can recall?
Aside from myself and Joseph Cruz, I do not know.
Was there ever a domestic violence detective, female detective? The question was there a female domestic violence detective who interacted with Ms. Link while she was fingerprinted and before she gave her statement?
Oh, yeah.
A female domestic violence detective? No.
There wasn't?
No.
Just when asking those.
Remember, I can't fast forward.
So I just want to be clear. At the station, other than yourself and Detective Cruz, nobody else interacted with Ms. Link?
You're referring to the female that comes up on the interview. So, there was another female homicide detective that assisted me taking her to the bathroom whenever she needed to go to the bathroom.
Just for the bathroom? What about during fingerprinting?
And she came down with me to fingerprinting as
A
well.
female homicide detective?
Yes.
What is her name?
Detective Angel Wilson.
Angel Wilson? And were you present for all the interactions?
Same objection, Judge.
Were you present for all the interactions that occurred between Detective Wilson and Daisy Link?
Yes,
You were.
yes.
Now, based on the investigation that you conducted here, isn't it true that when Mr. Jimenez first arrived at Daisy Link's home earlier in the evening before the morning of the shooting, there were other family members of Daisy Link's at the home as well?
Yes,
Her mother was there, right?
yes.
And were other people there too?
Her children?
And her children? Are you aware of anybody else who was there?
No,
At some point, the mother left.
yes,
And when the shooting happened, nobody else was there other than the children, correct?
correct.
And the children were inside the house sleeping
Yes,
when all this was happening.
yes.
Now, you were asked at some point, and I know this was a while ago, but you were asked at some point about whether or not you're allowed to use your personal cell phone to record something that you deem is of evidentiary value. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
And do you remember what your answer was?
yes, that I am not.
You're not permitted to do that?
Correct.
Do procedures account for a situation when a detective such as yourself deems it necessary or important to record something? I mean, what are you supposed to do when you're in that situation?
We are not allowed to use our personal cell phones for that.
Okay, so what are you supposed to do? Are you issued another phone?
Some individuals are.
Who's issued a department phone?
There are certain detectives that are issued. It depends how many phones they have available, if they have even phones available.
Are those smartphones?
Yes,
And typically are those phones used to make recordings, take
Overrule, this was explored in direct examination.
take pictures for evidentiary purposes, things of that nature?
yes.
So you, for whatever, do you know why it was that you weren't issued one of these phones?
I don't know. Don't have one though.
Okay. How many other detectives were working on this case? I know it was Detective Morales was one, right?
Yes.
Detective, who's the other one?
Detective Siapa Hubbard and
Right.
Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay, so 3 other detectives.
Yes,
Were any of them issued phones?
to my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, no? Okay. Is there a procedure lined out for what you're supposed to do when there's evidence that should be collected, which you could collect with a personal phone, but since you don't have one, what are you supposed to do in that situation?
There's nothing written in stone for that one. There's no procedure.
Well, what would happen if you just took your phone out, collected this important evidence, and then sent it to evidence? What would happen?
Speculation.
Overrule, this was explored in direct examination. You can answer.
What would happen?
If I were to take my personal phone and
And
record the
collected
same,
evidence, and then you turned it over to evidence.
depends on the circumstance. Sometimes they want to subpoena our phones, our personal phones. So that's the biggest reason why we don't use our personal phones is so our personal information does not get subpoenaed along with evidence.
Okay. So it does happen, it has happened.
It has happened to certain individuals, yes.
So is it fair to say that if a need arises, you could use a phone to collect evidence if there's no other way to do it, correct?
Yes.
How long was Daisy Link in that room for, the room that she was giving that interview?
Approximately 11 hours, I believe it was.
11 hours. The shooting happened at 3 something in the morning, right?
Yes.
How long after the shooting was it that she arrived to the room?
Well, I didn't arrive till approximately 4:20-ish. So by the time we got to the office, I would say approximately 7:30 in the morning, so I would have to refer to my report to give you the exact time that she arrived at that office.
So around what time does the 11-hour stretch start?
From the moment we turn on the video room and place her in the room.
So like at 4 something in the morning?
No. At
Around
4 in
what
the
time?
morning. She wasn't in the room at 4 in the morning.
Okay, when was she in the room?
It was, like I said, can I refer to my report to give you the
Yeah,
exact
yeah.
time that I put her in there?
Fine with me.
At 9:20 a.m., she was placed in the interview room.
So the 11-hour stretch starts at that point?
Yes.
All right. So the night before this man arrives, at 3 o'clock in the morning,
Please sit down.
I'm
If you want to
objections.
object, you can stand up, or you have permission to report to object also. I will give as much flexibility as you want to be comfortable. Thank you.
so I understand. This man arrives at her home the night before. At 3 o'clock in the morning, this shooting happens.
Objection, counsel testify.
Oh, that is what cross-examination is. Thank you. Please have seats. Please have seats. Thank you.
Shooting happens at 3 something in the morning. She's taken to police headquarters, is handcuffed, she's placed in the room, and then beginning at what time was it again?
9:20 a.m.
9:20 a.m., some 6 something hours after the shooting.
No question pending.
Right, because I haven't heard of the end of it.
Because counsel testify.
He's re-asking. I'm sorry, over here, folks. I'm in the middle of court. Thank you.
So some 6 hours after the shooting, Ms. Link begins an 11-hour stretch of questioning. Is that correct?
It wasn't 11 hours of questioning. She was in the room for 11 hours.
She was in the room for 11 hours.
Yes.
So what time did she finish?
Can
What time
I
is it
refer
over?
to, can I refer to my report, like, know when she
Please.
was transported?
Please.
So at approximately 6:20 p.m.
So she wasn't done until roughly, well, I'm not going to ask you how long she went without sleeping, but pretty much almost an entire day, this whole thing was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, the gun that was eventually found, it was found after she told you what she did with it, correct?
Yes.
It hadn't been found prior to her giving you that information, correct?
No.
Just a moment. You were asked about whether a casing was found. Remember that?
Yes.
And it's my understanding you said a casing was not found?
To my knowledge, there was no case found.
Well, the gun hadn't been found, but then she gave you information, and then with that information, you were able to find the gun, correct?
Yes.
You asked her about the casing, she said she didn't know where it was, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, police arrived on scene, Ms. Link was rendering aid to Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Yes.
And from that point on, until the point when she was done sitting in that room for 11 hours, later that night, police officers had eyes on her, correct?
Yes.
So are you aware of any other police officer who during all those hours saw her do anything with any shell casing or anything of that nature?
No.
Is there any evidence, any indication, anything that you can point to that would support the notion that she disposed of, hid, or did anything with any shells?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Detective, I want to talk about posing threats for a moment. Would throwing a chair at a detective investigating a homicide scene be a threat to that officer?
Yes.
No, he's gonna ask another question.
Sure.
Also, legal conclusion, ask another question.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, you can ask another question. Thank you.
Do you know if the defendant threw a chair at Detective Danny Morales?
No.
If there is evidence to collect on scene, are there certain officers, for example, a CSI officer, if a casing is on scene or firearm is on scene, that is the person who would be responsible for actually collecting evidence?
Yes.
And so if there is evidence on scene, you yourself are not going to collect it, a specific officer will collect it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, if there is specific video that needs to be collected, are you going to call a specific officer?
Yes.
Are you aware during the period of time that the defendant was in custody if she was allowed to sleep?
Yes.
Did she sleep?
Yes.
Again, did you offer her any kind of accommodations?
Yes, food and water.
The defendant told you that she didn't know where the casing was, right?
Yes.
Are you aware if the defendant was being completely honest with officers?
Objection, I made promise to the jury.
Sustained.
Are you aware if the defendant had lied to officers?
Objection, same objection.
Sustained.
Did the defendant lie to you?
Objection, same objection.
Sustained. One more side.
I'm here. I'm just preparing supper for tonight and listening. I was like, oh crap, I probably should talk. Anyways, I don't know. I think she should be able to do the stand your ground. I mean, it sounds to me like they've had some tumultuous domestics in the past. And they even said it was between the both of them. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why Florida has that stand your ground law. So you can protect yourself. So now it's pretty much saying, nope, you can't defend yourself anymore. Or you're going to go to court for murder. But the good thing about it is I think she's only got second degree murder charges. So but I mean, I'm still thinking she's looking at least 25 years, you think? I mean, her baby that she had in jail, shit, she'll be a grown woman when she gets out. But boy, will she have a story to tell when she's older. I think the guy that she got pregnant by, I'm pretty sure he got life in prison. So, That's sad. Both of her parents are going to be like, why would you do that to your baby? Why would you even want to do that to a kid? It's bad enough she had two kids out there that were going to be that don't have their mom and dad. The dad is deceased and the mom's in prison. And this judge, man, she does not play at all. Like, she's very serious. I don't know what she was saying to that attorney because you can't hear her. But when he was doing the objections, I think she was telling him he has to stand up or something, maybe. So just waiting for them to come back. I'm assuming they're probably about ready to call it a day after this witness, I'm sure. So the closing arguments will probably happen Monday. Yeah, I took the easy way out tonight for supper. I made
Saw earlier, we saw a woman say, it's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine. Do you want to take me to do you want me to take you to the hospital? No? Okay. Did you confront the defendant with that statement?
Yes.
Did she deny making that statement?
Yes.
Did her story change about that statement?
Yes.
Earlier, you were asked on cross-examination about the gun that was found. Did you personally know what time the gun was found?
No.
Do you know if officers had found it before personally?
I don't know exactly when they found it.
Are you aware of any evidence of the defendant retrieving a firearm prior to what she told you?
No.
Now playing a portion of state 16.
You know, the moment I took it down, they're gonna come back.
We just played a short portion of this video. This woman, did it appear like she was holding anything?
It looks like there's something in her hand.
Do you? To the best of your knowledge, is that consistent with anything?
Objection calls for speculation.
Same.
Any further questions?
My God.
Alright, nothing further state? We're done for the day, I know it's been a long day. We're gonna resume again on Monday, same, I'm sorry, Tuesday, we're off on Monday. Tuesday, same time frame, 10:30, 5:30. The virtual tell you where you meet him, probably the third floor, please don't do any research about the space, talking about the space, please don't allow anyone to talk about the space. If anyone becomes aware of the violations of these rules, please inform me and I will obey. If you all need to use the restroom, use the room, go for it, Myrtle will wait for you, okay? If you feel more comfortable just leaving with him now and then using the restroom, that are on the third floor, or the floor, he'll wait for you all. It's still light out, so, if you need any other help getting to your car, just let me know. Okay, so.
All right, for the jury.
You will take possession of the.
They're walking like they're bored.
Next Thursday.
That we're ending, the plan is, he's planned for the interview until Friday. Okay, if that changes, Mrs. Smith, the lawyer's not open. Thank you. She just asked me if she plans to drop the work in the day or. Is there anything anyone wants to bring up?
The state did file, I know that the plan was to rest today, obviously we're 5:32, the state did file a motion for reconsideration, the copy of it was furnished to defense counsel as well.
Of what?
The reconsideration of the court's not allowing us to publish a portion of the jail quality.
And what would that go to? Remind me again what that goes to.
It would go directly to the defendant's state of mind, directly to the defendant's intent, as well as element 3, the defendant's free mind, and also for consciousness of guilt.
Okay, you filed it?
We did.
Send me a courtesy copy with Mr. Tomas and then,
Mr. Tomas has a copy, but I can also send the copy to the court.
So we'll meet again on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we can have an argument on that. If I deny it, you all will rest, right? All right. And Mr. Tomas, it looks like you need to be ready to go.
Did she say
on Tuesday?
Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
The,
Let's rewind that just a little bit.
let's say I grant their request. It was a short interview. We're done for the day. I know it's been a long day. We're gonna resume again on Monday. So look at the post-miranda statement through that lens anyway. And even though we know we're not contesting it, they can still consider that for what it's worth. But I was a little taken aback with the challenges, and I allowed it. The state went back in and asked questions pertinent regarding, yes, it was it was an 11-hour stay, but she slept, things of that nature. She was fed, things of that nature. So just if you're going to contest it, please let me know so that we can plan accordingly. Okay, is there anything else that I need to bring up? All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend, long weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
I just pulled
Yeah, just pulled out.
Correction.
If anything,
Fine. Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to get upset earlier, but.
The CD that is showing me that.
Especially not jury, you're supposed to be concentrating to that, right? Yeah. Yeah, please do. All right, set.
Oh, hey, don't, is the interview summit? Don't, I need.
All right,
No, I
y'all.
know, I need to send it.
Well, I'm afraid that's it for today. I will, pretty sure they'll be back Monday. But in the meantime, I think Monday morning before I start this live for the day, I'm going to do a missing poster Monday. I'm going to go through and see about doing a video or doing a live on missing posters, because everybody should get their poster out there. All the missing people, whether they be babies, older people, young people, they all deserve to get their face out there. I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow, be live tomorrow, only because we're moving my office out to the living room. So I'm not sure, because all things will fail, I'm sure. I'm trying to find some good ideas so I can get more people to view my lives, come to my lives, keep it exciting. I know these trials can be pretty tiring, but I thought this was going to be a good one, and I was right. All right. Well, in the meantime, you guys have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe, and don't forget to like, share, and comment the live. And I will see you in case there's a chase or some type of breaking news breaks out. There was some breaking news, an explosion, I think in Illinois or somewhere. But yeah, don't forget to like, share, comment, and I will see y'all in the next one. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.